Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to TopstepTV opening call. Congratulations. Yes, you are in the right place at the right time. We have an exciting, informative, and educational programming for you today. And throughout the week, we will be here with your information, education, and programming. So we will be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, your newscaster, your fellow trader, and sometimes that good friend who says, hey, today's going to be a great day. So, hey, today's going to be a great day. Get yourself ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market trading knowledge with, of course, John Hoagland for opening call. Good morning, John. How are you, buddy?
All right. Good morning, my friend Eddie. How are you this morning?
I'm great. Today's going to be a great day.
Yes, it is. Well, we hope
PMA.
so for everybody, right?
Positive mental attitude.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir. So we got a lot going on today. We got a little sort of change in our scheduling. We've got a special guest, a special guest here coming up here. Going to be with Michael Patak, but I won't say anything now. I don't want to ruin anything, but I will get the green light and we will announce it when we can. But otherwise, news today. Today's news, ECB, good old friends, European Central Bank, raised its key interest rates to a record peak. That was today, signaling this will likely be the final move in more than a year-long fight against the high inflation. Now, what they did is a 25 basis points increase, pushes that ECB bank deposits to 4%. That's the highest level since the euro currency was launched in Prince's 1999. So let's party like it's 1999 again. But the ECB, and then we had some other big numbers. It was like a defensive blitz. The whole line coming in at once. We had a lot of numbers coming out. John, what did we have today? Just a little while ago.
All right. Well, yeah, that ECB rate went from 4.25% to 4.5. Kind of a little bit of a surprise rise in the interest rate there. The jobless claims came out. Initial jobless claims last week was at 218,000. They were expecting 225,000. It came out a little bit less than that at 220,000. The continuing jobless claims also lower than expected. And just kind of seeing here the rate is, I think, the moving average of that is the lowest since February, from what I was reading earlier. We also had the PPI numbers, the month-over-month August number. Last month was 0.3%. They were looking for 0.4%. It came out much higher than that at 0.7%. Inflation still smoldering, if not lighting into a fire again here. Retail sales month over month for August. Last month was 0.7%. They were looking for 0.2%. That was also higher. People are still out spending money, 0.6%. We're still waiting for business inventories and nat gas today. One comment, crude volume still in October. We're still going to be looking at October. We'll see about moving to the November contract tomorrow.
All right. Another thing coming over, British chip designer ARM priced its initial public offering at $51 a piece. And I mean, this is something that we've got to watch for, because some of ARM's biggest clients are Apple, NVIDIA, and Google parent Alphabet. And they have been already signed up as cornerstone investors. So if you're buying stocks, let's watch that ARM and see what happens with that. Otherwise, friends in crude, oil prices hovering around a 10-month high. They rose today over tight supplies for the rest of 2023, anticipating solid demand despite the U.S. crude stockpiles. Now, talked about this last week about the Saudi Arabia and Russia extending their oil output cuts, and this could largely be part of that. So another thing too, John, that we'll get to our charts here. Steven Tyler gave me a call the other day and said that his September concerts for Aerosmith need to be postponed. And I asked him why, and he said, "'Cause my throat." and it's exactly why
He had to
he
whisper.
suffered. Yes, he suffered some vocal cord damage after the Long Island show. So, all the best to you, Stephen. I know you're watching. He logs in every day.
Yes, he does.
And I will keep everybody informed on how that goes. But otherwise,
big day trader, Steven Tyler. Big day trader.
Yeah. Why don't we fire it up, the machine, and let's take a look at our ES daily, Johnny.
Yep. Well, just looking at the VIX this morning, it's about even 13.38. The dollar index spiked higher, back above 105 after those numbers came out today. And the yield on the 10-year also had a good pop. It seems to have come off that high a little bit. So starting with the E-mini S&Ps, let me get my notes out here and we can see what we've got here. What are we doing? Well, largely we're still range bound. I mean, we've got a pretty good up move started here, with the S&Ps currently up just over 0.5%, still in rollover. Can't wait till I don't have to say that again for a little while. Volume and open interest a little bit blurry. Now, this is the new front month. Volume actually has been kind of cutting off. I think we've been waiting for more information. And of course, we know we're going to be getting a lot more information next Wednesday with the FOMC meeting. So a lot of traders, longer time frame traders, working to roll over, positioning themselves for any unexpected news next Wednesday. So largely just still kind of centrally located in last week's range, mostly range bound. We're kind of pushing up against the high for this week right now. This might be something interesting for us to look at in fast money here, fast markets here in a little bit. I'm going to move on to the 30-minute chart here, and let's get this scaled out so we can see what we're doing. We've got a lot of overnight inventory to the long side. I saw somebody in the chat wondering, I wonder if we've got some trapped longs. There's still some weaker structure up above here. We've got an unfilled gap all the way up to, well, let's just call it 45.50, which is kind of one of those big fat round numbers that the markets have a tendency to get to, especially approaching the expiration. So we've got longs overnight, probably a pretty good probability we're going to be opening with a gap, which gives me gap rules. Those rules are, if we can't fill that gap relatively early, we look for continuation of the move to the upside throughout the day. Again, we've got to be cautious because there's a lot of overnight longs here. Some of them may be trapped. What are they looking for, Eddie? They are looking for buyers to continue price to move higher. If they don't see that relatively quickly, which is the gap rule, if we close the gap relatively quickly, that changes things a little bit. So we'll watch the open. We'll be ready and waiting and looking for opportunities in fast money, fast markets at that time. The reaction to the numbers, obviously, it hasn't instilled much fear in these markets. They're continuing to try and push higher. We'll see what happens when all of the participants are willing and able to affect the market, and that's going to be after that 8:30 open. As far as yesterday's profile is concerned, and we added 73,000 in open interest. Again, that's more of a function of rollover. We had a bit of a P-shaped profile, which is an indication of potential short covering. And with short covering, you remove buying power from the markets. So it's going to be really interesting, I think, to see what kind of opportunities we can find in and around this gap that we are attempting to fill here prior to the open. We're going to see how that plays out. So again, long overnight inventory. Our weekly kickoff, 45.60, 45.50, the close of the previous gap. I think Patrick Weiland was talking a couple of days ago about let's get this gap filled, and it may be what happens today. We don't know. Nobody can know for sure. The idea for this segment is just to put some context over the market. We may be looking at a new potential weekly high for this week. And that might incite that gap close. So we'll see what happens after the open.
Okay. Hey, just a reminder, we are in December. If you're looking at these numbers and these levels and you're saying, wait a minute, they're not matching up. We are in December. Z is December.
Yes, you definitely want to be trading the most liquid month, and it has been December since what, on Tuesday, Monday, I think we actually switched over. So yeah, if you're trading the September, you're running out of liquidity. Make sure you are trading the December contract. Thanks for pointing that out, Eddie. Let's take a look at the natural, the NASDAQ. And here we go with the daily. Let's scale this. And very similar. I mean, it's the same situation. We've got, and I put these trend lines on the S&P as well. You can see that the market has been putting in higher lows and lower highs. These equities are coiling, and something bigger is likely to happen at some point, maybe some point soon. Again, range bound, more range bound in the NASDAQ than the S&Ps. S&Ps looks to be testing this week's high. And if we do that, then we're going to be looking at weekly kickoff high in the NASDAQ, which is 15,720. Markets are accepting the information that we got this morning in stride, and that's a good thing. In NASDAQ, we added 6,700 in open interest. The volume was much better yesterday in the NASDAQ than I would say it was in the S&Ps. A lot of this is a function of rollover as the volume moves from the September month to the December month. But we lost a little bit of volume in the December in the S&Ps, where we gained a little bit of volume yesterday in the NASDAQ. So again, volume and open interest, very blurry during the roll. It's difficult to use those for any real reasonable opportunities. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. Now, we do have overnight long inventory. I mean, we started last night here. We're trading here. There's some overnight longs, but I don't think that inventory is quite as severe as the S&Ps, and there's less of a positive probability of opening with a gap here in the NASDAQ. We've got this week's high right up here, and that is relatively close to that weekly kickoff level high of 15,720. So again, if we open with a gap and can't close it relatively early, our overnight inventory longs are likely to stick with it. Maybe they have found new buyers to come in and continue the price to the upside. A gap close would be relatively quick if it were to happen in the NASDAQ right now. So keep your eyes peeled, and if you're looking to buy weakness, perhaps waiting for an adjustment in the inventory in the S&P and in the NASDAQ might offer you better trade location.
Hey, John?
Yes.
Our good friend Sarah Hall is asking, can you explain at some point how short covering takes away buying power?
Absolutely. I can do that right now for you, Sarah Hall. If you have shorts in the market, maybe they're taking profits, maybe they're getting out of losses. But it's when you liquidate a position, it's initiative activity. And if you are short and you want to cover, you have to buy. And as the shorts cover, they take some of that buying power away from the market. Now, we all understand that these markets are they're very pure. For every long, there's a short. So how can it be too long or too short? It's the time frame that we're talking about. So if we saw short covering in the NASDAQ yesterday with this P profile, it's not showing in open interest because it's rollover. Typically, when there's a liquidation of longs or a liquidation of shorts, we see a reduction in open interest. So we're just kind of going off the fact that the P profile indicates possible short covering, which again, if you're short and you need to buy it, once you've purchased it, once you've gotten out of that position, you're now open to go short, go long, whatever it is. If you have to buy to get out, that takes buying power out of the market. Conversely, if you're long and you sell to get out, you're taking selling power out of the market in that time frame. I hope that makes sense, right? Okay. Let's go to crude.
Thanks, John. Yeah,
My pleasure.
Crude, a 10-week high. I'm looking right now here around the 89.66 level, bringing it down, pulling back a little bit.
Mm-hmm. So when we're looking at the context of this market, it one time framed higher from about $78 all the way to our $88, a $10 pretty much straight move. It consolidated here. This consolidation does a lot to even out inventory. If we were too long by the time we got up here, a pullback can adjust those inventories and a consolidation can adjust those inventories. A couple of days ago, we broke out to the upside. We added open interest, which is indication of new buying coming into the marketplace. But again, now we're in rollover. But this is a different rollover than we've seen in the equities, because they're still range bound. There is fundamental information that has continued to push price higher, even though the longer time frame may be trying to avoid that so they can get a cheap rollover. Okay, that said, what are we doing today? Well, we had decent volume yesterday. Now, remember, this is an expiring month, and we matched the volume yesterday on an overlapping to higher day, but a bit of a pullback day. The market rallied, upside digestion, and a new upside leg has begun. I don't want to fight this move, even though volume and open interest are blurry. We'll probably be trading the November contract tomorrow. It's in rollover. We certainly don't want to fight what the prevailing winds are saying. And the context of this is potential for continuation move to the upside. Here's the 30. Where does that break? Well, I would say substantial or meaningful participation below this 88 level. That would break this upside move, take us back into the previous area of balance. So what are we looking at here? Well, we've had overnight inventory extremely long. Now, this is typical of an overnight inventory adjustment. All of these longs, when the market opened, they didn't see buying coming in, so they have started to bail out. All of these longs are now liquidating these longs. And once they're done, the market can kind of take over. Longer time frame traders, once they've liquidated those positions, they're going to be standing around going, okay, now what? Now what do we do? Well, maybe we should see if we can't get long at a lower level here and see what happens. So the levels that I'm looking at as interesting today, the gap close is always, of course, interested. If we end up not being able to close the gap with overnight inventory, there may be other time frame buyers here. If we do get back into yesterday's range, I like value area high, which is right about here, 89.30 approximately. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that there was a pullback here, a little bit of consolidation in the overnight in the London session, which has proven to be demand. There was a question in group coaching yesterday. How do you find demand and supply? This would be something I would kind of view as a pullback and demand coming in and pushing price higher. Our return back to it leaves us with an interesting area and the possibility to limit risk. Anything I look at, any level I look at, it's only because I can limit risk that it interests me. Yes, we're always looking for entries, but even more important, if you're looking at an entry, where is the risk in that trade? Where is the risk? So if we get too deep into this area of balance from overnight, that may be enough to say, okay, I don't know if this trade's going to work out. We'll look for the next opportunity. We got our moving averages moving higher in order. They were doing a little bit of braiding when we were in range. So now everything is pointing up. We have to see if that continues, and it doesn't make it any easier. It just tells us the context in the crude oil is friendly to the upside. There's fundamental information. There's technical information. The nuances are saying higher. It all depends on if we're too long, if we aren't long enough. All of those things are going to affect the market today.
Right.
And
Johnny,
yes,
Johnny, real quick here before we go to gold, got about 5 minutes. Ryan Trade is asking, can you briefly just explain what buying power is and what is selling power?
Okay, so with regards to the liquidation of positions, if there's a whole community of short time frame traders that are all short, the buying power is to the long side, because to cover those shorts, they have to buy. Take a look at the crude oil right now. Short time frame overnight traders are all long. In order for them to get out, they have to sell. That's selling power. As soon as they're done, as soon as they're evened out, that selling power disappears. And it's kind of a strange concept, because we all know that there's an equal number of longs and an equal number of shorts in futures. How does it get too long or too short? It's not the overall number of contracts, it's the time frame. The shorter time frame traders are the ones that get trapped the most, because they're very price sensitive. They're not in the market for a long time, and it's a large community of traders. So if all of the day traders from overnight are long and they decide, you know what, it doesn't look like we're going to see any continuation to the upside, they'll bail. That takes that selling power, pushes price lower, and as soon as they're done, that selling power disappears. Look what it's doing now.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, it's, the group coaching is a great place to be asking about these things, because we can get a lot more in depth in the different time frames. When somebody says the market is too long or the market is too short, they're talking about specific time frames of traders. Sometimes the longer time frame gets stuck long or short, and they have to adjust inventory. And I see that happen quite a bit at my weekly kickoff levels. Those are levels where I look for longer time frame traders to need to adjust inventory.
All right.
Okay,
Johnny, we hit gold real quick here. We got about 2 minutes here.
Yeah, gold is a fascinating market. We've been talking about what it's attempting to do for a couple of weeks now. We broke out first step to a market state break change was on Tuesday. Wednesday, we got stuck between weekly kickoff low and this trend line. The market is attempting to show acceptance below this trend line. If it does, and we see meaningful participation down here, and we start driving lower, first thing I don't want to do is I don't want to fight that move. I don't want to try and pick a bottom if this market becomes directional to the downside. Second, you got to try and find levels or areas where you can limit risk. I believe that the opening range is still the high of the regular trading hour session. So we'll keep an eye on that during fast markets. Here's the 30, and then we get moving on here. All right. So here is our weekly kickoff broke out. Resistance. Look at what we've got going on here. This is the trend line we're looking at on the daily, and the market is going to be somewhat pivotal in this area down here. If we show meaningful participation, I'll be looking for opportunities to sell strength for a continuation to the downside. If we can't hold down here, if we reject down here, we've got a lot of excess on this daily bar. This is the 730 bar here that is showing rejection of lower pricing. We're right at that level. This lets us limit risk. It might be an interesting opportunity for us, because look at the way the market held weekly kickoff low. Once it broke through, it held. Now we're down below this trend line. If we continue to struggle to keep price above that, the opportunity might be to the downside. You're just going back to the daily just for a quick second here, because we've been watching this market coil. This is March of this year. This is May of this year, and the major highs have been lower. The major lows have been higher. This is a potentially big opportunity.
Good. Well, thank you, John. All right. We're going to get one of our interns to go get Michael Patak out of the green room. We're going to have Hoag and Michael Patak and sharing their trading platforms, see if there's some opportunity.
Take your deep breath. Take your deep breath. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. We'll see you in a minute.
All right. All right, welcome back. And as I promised, Michael Patak and Hoag, and guys are going to share the trading platform. See what kind of trades we can get today. We had a lot of numbers coming out at 7:30 Central. Like I mentioned earlier, it was like a defensive line blitz, everything at once. And we're seeing some of the reactions here right now. But Michael, how are you?
I'm doing well. I had to change my we were top stepped out right there, so we had so much top step on. I grabbed that hat for my truck, and you guys will have top step. So I'm going with my buddy's hat. This is his company in Missouri. It's a cannabis company that he is the CEO of, one of the largest groups there, completely legal. So giving him a little thumbs up to my buddy Nick. Great work.
Any way we can sort of log in and get free samples? I mean,
yeah, right.
Got to deliver, right?
I know. They do not deliver over the border. That's a very important thing that they can't do. But he started that with Brett Hall. You know Brett Hall?
No way. Hockey player?
He's one of their investors. And
really?
So I know we got the markets coming up in 1 minute, so we can talk about that as we get going.
All right. Yes, we do. And what we're going to do is we're going to get our horses together here. And we're going to fire that up here in just a second.
There you go.
All right. So let's get ready here. Hey, today's going to be a great day.
Today's going to be a great day.
Yes. Sure. We're going to remain calm, cool, and find good areas to limit risk. Right, Michael?
Hey, we are up.
We're going to do that.
Ready.
We're going to size down. We're going to build a cushion like we did. If you have a rough trading day like I did yesterday, I stopped myself before hitting my loss limit, which is what we want to do as traders. We don't want to hit our loss limit, but if you do, don't worry. Topstep, it just deactivates your count. But I want to get back in, Hoag. I want to get back in. The move's going to happen. FOMO, dilute it, kill it. That's another thing that we need to develop.
Always another opportunity coming down the pipe, my friend.
It's an opportunity-making machine. The markets are. So needs to say I'm going
hold a gap on the open.
What does that mean?
Well, I think the S&Ps might be holding the gap on the open, but the NASDAQ opened and then just went right back into yesterday's range. We did have some overnight inventory a little bit to the long side. This might just be an overnight inventory adjustment. If you're of the frame of mind that you're looking for opportunities for longs, give yourself a little bit of time. Let the market come to you before looking for that opportunity.
55.45 NASDAQ shorts, heavier on the shorts right now.
Yeah, you can see that in the profile. We just left the opening range at the high of the session, and that's just for now, Michael. Now, remember, those numbers came out, and they're a little hot as far as inflation comes in. You just keep that in the back of your mind. But we're trading what we see today, right?
We're trading what we see today. We got 70% short on the S&Ps right now. The markets are given. It's in the money for these folks that are short, which is great. Now, are they going to take their cover? Or are they going to cover on these shorts, because it does look like it's firming up just a little bit?
Yeah.
But John, I do like the pullback. But where do you like pullbacks?
Well, in the S&Ps, we've opened with a gap. So here's yesterday's high right here. Here's where we settled. A lot of overnight longs here. If I'm looking for opportunities for longs, I want to let this overnight inventory unravel a little bit, because we were just talking about it. They bring selling power into the market if they're going to liquidate these longs. If we can't close the gap in the S&Ps, I'll look for some sort of daytime structure to limit risk against before starting to look for longs. It's a little bit different in the NASDAQ. Both the NASDAQ and the S&Ps have left their opening ranges at the high of the session. Not something I'm necessarily expecting. My main hypothesis today is let the overnight inventory unravel, look for daytime frame structure to look for longs along the bottoms.
Perfect.
So here's the NASDAQ. Let's put that up for you now, Michael.
Yeah, you know what? When I was just talking about the shorts covering, the shorts should have covered.
Yeah. Yeah. So look at the moving averages here. They're still kind of braiding here in the NASDAQ, but we just went down to the 50.
Yeah. Yes, we did. Yeah, we touched right on
the value high from yesterday.
And maybe the shorts did cover because it's only 30% short.
There you go.
So we got some traders trading.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you can, let's join us here in our YouTube channel. Let us know your position, where you at, and we'll see if we can follow you also.
We got Discord channel, Eddie. Let's not forget that one. We got some folks over there. That's where our community is in Topstep Discord. So at the end of the show, there's really nobody to talk to. So you want to head over to don't switch. You want to head over to our Discord.
Definitely. And Dolby time, if you're there, share that Discord link. I mean, there's a lot of great channels in there.
James should be on that. Yeah, James should be all over that one right now on the Discord link to our Discord.
Okay.
And then in there, just so everybody knows, okay, it's continuing to sell off. Still 60-40. So shorts didn't get heavy back in here. So go to Discord, Topstep Discord. There it is. Thank you, Dolby. And then you can go to TopstepTV channel. I watched that one over here. YouTube over here. Inner Circle Trader. Hey, buddy, what's going on? Yeah, be careful today. Be patient today. Sit on your hand. High probability trades. Nobody needs to be a hero today. It's Thursday. So if you got a good week, traders, hold on to their week. Undisciplined, give up their week. Undisciplined, pay the markets. Disciplined, get paid by the markets. That's what I was always taught. If you want to argue that statement, you can argue it. But I'm pretty much solidified and seeing that for 13 years of backing traders and trading since 1998. One thing I've done in my entire life.
Well, you got some numbers here. Dan Traders long at 37.30, 37.50. Sorry about that. TFT short at 15.630 on the MNQ. And Tom's short NASDAQ 15.422.10.
Michael, it's kind of funny you mentioned that trading is it's like the only thing you've ever done. I was talking to one of my kids last night, and it dawned on me, I've never interviewed for a job.
I've done it one time, and I did it with another guy at the same time. He's a buddy of mine. We were roommates. We both went into interview at the same time for Hawthorne Hospital in California. We were living on the beach at 21 years old, and we both got a job, and we both quit within 30 days. It was just bad. I'm not that type of guy, but I did. We put together medical equipment. So yeah, you never interviewed. I interviewed once. I've been trading since 19. You've been trading your entire life. Or you've been in the markets your entire life, right?
Yeah, I mean, hot dog stand job. Yeah, I probably had an interview for that. But once I got into futures, I've never interviewed for a job. It's just been, You know, I worked my way up because I was good at it. I was sought after, and I didn't have to go looking for jobs. They found me. And once you started trading, you know,
opportunities start opening up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's like once you get on the trading floor, you know, then, you know, you've proved yourself on the trading floor. So, you know, same thing here too.
Hey, we got Dan Trader sitting on hands until I see a better price action. Dan Trader's been trading well. Dan, I've been seeing you in here quite a bit. Bad Tuna over in Discord says Topstep Discord is the spot.
Hope is short ES at 45.41.
We got Vince. We got Coach Vince here. We tested the gap above. Are we going to fill it or are we going to reject it? I think we've got a lot of overnight longs here.
So we got a lot of overnight longs. A lot of folks in here now. Marco just said he's short 45.39. So we got somebody short 41s, 39s. This shouldn't affect anybody who's listening. It should just be information. Quit talking. It distracts me. I'm looking to get long, and these guys you're talking about are short. Yeah, that happens. John was short last week, and I got long, or vice versa, at times. But we all have different entries. We all have different exits. We all have different risk reward. So this is information. Speaking of information, 60% of NASDAQ folks are long. 46% of S&Ps
long.
Yeah. And then 45% to the long side on our crude oil traders.
See, I'm thinking about a short. I mean, I kind of like the idea that, 39.40 for a short. Here's the opening range right here. And here's where the volume is. We have low volume above that. So 40 even. I mean, that's where the volume runs out. And we have pretty positive delta here. I'm not really focusing on delta during rollover, but that's some pretty aggressive early buying here. Is it finding longer time frame sellers is the question. And again, I don't really focus that much on delta, but it's 3,000 positive, and we're open for 10 minutes here.
We're open for 10 minutes. Jimmy V, I love how you just said I got chopped up today. I mean, I love how you said it. I got chopped up today, 100% losing trades. I'm done for the day. That's being a trader, is being done. Even if you're like, oh, there's a ton more of the day here. Well, I know there is, but you can turn a bad day into an ugly day really quickly. We don't want to do that. We don't have to pay that tuition to the markets to get, learning and getting our skills in a position where we can dilute the FOMO and walk away.
We can choose how much we want to pay for our tuition to the markets.
We can choose, yeah.
I would prefer University of Phoenix tuition versus Princeton.
Yeah, right.
The University of Phoenix, I mean, that's the Harvard of the online colleges. You know that, right?
It is a Harvard of the online college. They make a boatload of money. I looked at them. They get Pell Grants and all that kind of money, hundreds of millions of dollars from the government.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
I think they were the first kids on the block, to be honest with you.
I think they were. All right, so we got the NASDAQ firming back up a bit. Nothing showing here. 66% longs on the NASDAQ, 45% longs on the S&P.
We're up around 4,000 in positive delta now, and we haven't moved. So we had some pretty aggressive buyers. That's what that positive delta is telling us, but price hasn't been able to push too much higher here. That's in the S&Ps.
Yeah.
Brooksy says the Russell is flying.
Well, is that any indication that we might see something affect these markets now?
I mean, it's smaller cap, these are the big boys here.
Obviously. Just taking a look at NASDAQ, long wicks here on these.
Yeah.
On the 30. I mean, a
lot of indecision.
Yeah.
A lot of indecision.
Dante says point of control moved on crude. From 89.84 to 89.70, or from 89.70 to 89.84. Thanks, Dante.
Oh, lordy.
Well, as Inner Circle said, be careful this morning, folks.
I mean, it's good advice right now thus far. Choppy, right in the middle of this range, all the way from the overnight.
Yeah.
In the thick of the profile, right, John?
Yeah. I mean, it's early. I mean, this is just the first 30 minutes, but the thing that keeps nagging me is that positive delta. We're unable to continue to push price higher. If we sold that 40, we'd be in at least in a little bit of profit here. There's
Now,
that 40, which is point of control.
Just to indicate, both of you do not have any positions on.
Not right now, no.
Okay. When a position is on, you're going to see in the chart a picture, either a buy or sell, long or short, and the level.
Yes, sir.
Well, I think if we get another shot up here at 40, we're going to see if we can't get something going here, and the stop is going to be 46, which is above the high of the opening range. Oops. Whoa.
You know, a lot of our traders here indicating that they traded earlier today. Paul Gonzalez, 500 up in the NQ in the London session, might call it quits for a day, or might stab at micros. JD got 30 points pre-market. And I mean, there's a lot of traders that have profits already and sitting, making a choice. You know, it might be good to just sort of exit today, enjoy the day. It's a beautiful day here in Chicago.
Yeah, tomorrow, what rolls off the board, or is that next week?
Tomorrow is quadruple witching, so
Quadruple.
September contracts will expire.
Hey, Andre, if you're watching on Talk Shop, let's talk quadruple witching. Maybe Andre's still sleeping right now. I don't know.
Well, he's a trader. He's involved in seeing what's happening.
All right.
Yeah,
Roger that. There he is.
There he is.
Triple witch. Yeah, today no code dad markets are tightening up. I agree right now. Thus far. Oh, Andre's going back to sleep.
Wake up, Andre. Wake up. Get to bed early sometimes.
Sometimes
sleeping too much, you'll wake up and be like, oh, my God.
Oh, Eddie, I have 3 kids. You can never get too much.
Well, yeah, I got a bad prostate, so that's like having probably 10 kids. So
you're up 100 times a night.
Hey, we still got that poll going here in our YouTube channel. How long have you been trading? 0 to 3, 3 plus, or 10 plus? And right now, 0 to 3 is at 70%. So that's my tilt.
Yeah, I want somebody. We should put 20 plus in there, and I love the poll. So whoever put the poll in there, good stuff.
7 minutes to go with 219 votes. There we go, picking it up. And then speaking of votes, hit that like button, smash that like button, kick it in the junk, whatever you got to do. Let's get that like button. And if you haven't subscribed, I'd like to know why. Why haven't you subscribed? It's free. It's completely free. We'll be here every day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So smash that like button if you like what's going on. And subscribe.
And remember, that like button is lucky. It is the lucky like button.
Yes.
We do not guarantee that, John. We do not guarantee that.
No.
Well, what is luck?
Count on luck here.
Yeah, it's luck.
We don't count on luck here.
Yeah, not at all. Skill's the longevity game. Luck will be the we call them Papa shots here at Topstep. See some traders that have one killer day, and then lack of a better word, they get kind of full of themselves or think they're God's gift to trading, and then they blow up an account. And guys, you remember in the trading pits, the worst.
We just shorted 40 here in the S&P. It's 45, 40 even. We just shorted it.
I kind of like that, Johnny. But you're kind of right here in the middle for me on my NASDAQ world. Hey, remember the worst thing that could happen to new traders in the trading pit is when they made a bunch of money, like right away.
Oh my goodness.
They just swear to God, that's what we used to say. If you made a bunch of money in there, he won't last.
Yeah, you could see their heads swell in real time.
Right.
In real time, they think they were God. That's where he came up with God's gift to trading. And you'd see all these veterans just look down the bottom step and be like, And then what? 1 month later, 2 months later, that individual would not be there in the pit. You could see when people would blow out because they would just stop showing up.
Yep.
Or the turnstile to get into the board of trade wouldn't allow them to.
See, that was the sad thing, though. I mean, none of us wanted to see that.
Nobody wanted to see that.
You know,
unless they were a jerk.
Well, yeah, there were people that I was that you'd think, this guy is annoying. He ain't gonna make it.
Right. Well, it's the guys with like the kid buttons, and they were there doing their doing their homework and so forth, and mortgage, car payment, food on the table, clothes and stuff. I mean, that was pressure. That was real pressure.
Yeah, I won't get too morbid, but you would hear about a death, somebody taking their life every, I don't know. I recall every year and a half, so-and-so had a double mortgage, wife didn't know about it, stuff like that. Jumped in front of a train. I knew that one.
There's a few, but if today's going to be a great day, let's move on from that.
Good morning, everybody.
Yeah, you never wanted to hear that stuff. So,
well, that's when you let something take away. I mean, it could happen in anything. It could happen in business. If your business fails, failure in life happens, especially when you take risks. Call it business, starting your own business. Call it moving your whole family to Chattanooga to become a minor leaguer, to become to get to the majors and all that kind of stuff. You bet on yourself.
I have failed miserably so many times in this industry. I swear, you cats have 9 lives. I have 90.
Yeah, right.
Do you use a litter box too, John? I mean, it's goes hand in hand.
I tried that, but Donna, my wife wouldn't let me.
You're making a mess. You're getting this kitty litter all over the hoagie litter. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I mentioned earlier we've got a new segment today, and it's called Power Players. We're going to be bringing the best of the best of the best, yes, sir, in futures trading to teach you. Answer questions. Today's inaugural guest is Jesse Casper Rogers. He'll be dropping in around 11 o'clock Central Time here in Chicago to talk to Michael on the key differences between Forex and futures. Now, if you're not familiar with Jesse Casper Rogers, Casper runs a very popular YouTube channel, and beyond being an expert in Forex and futures market, is a student of the ICT methodology, and you can check his channel out. I'm going to post it in YouTube and in Discord. So, Michael, you're going to be with Casper today. Something new.
Yeah, you want to know I took that? Besides, Casper's one of our partners here because he's such a great. He has anybody who has a community and people follow them is a leader in the future space. Whether you like that individual or you think they're comedy or you think they're too dry or boring, there's a group of folks that always build that can lead here in the futures world, in any world. But these influencers on there, and they are influencers, but they broadcast their stuff. It's good to connect with them and learn from them, and then also check out their community. That's another great thing. So Casper is going to be great to have on. You want to know why I'm jumping on with besides that, Eddie, is I know nothing.
I know nothing
about Forex.
Mm-hmm.
About Forex. Never wanted to trade it. Never wanted to touch it. It doesn't even have a real liquidity pool. It's not even regulatory kind of a traded asset class, if you want to call it that. It's not really even allowed here in the States when you talk about different buying power. CFDs always kind of like scoffed at. I'm like, just trade a Facebook CFD, just trade Facebook with a broker.
Yeah.
On a real exchange. NYMEX.
I did Forex for like 2 months and said, you know what? Where's my futures?
Exactly.
Right.
I mean, you're always selling. You can't even work orders. You're selling bids, selling offers. I don't know. That's what I know. I may be completely wrong, and people could start bashing me and saying that's the greatest thing ever is FX, spot FX. You could trade FX futures. That's good. Yes. I'm going to talk to them about that, and we could share the permitted products in here if anybody is FX at some point here that you can trade FX futures products.
We got a success story here, guys. KB finished the 100K combine yesterday. He says we helped a lot in his outlook and in the markets, and he's more patient, stopped swinging for the fences. Nice job, KB. Congratulations.
Good job, man.
Looking forward to your continued success. Got to say hi to Orion, my friend. Orion, good to see you.
Nice.
All right, John, you still in your long or short?
Yeah.
That's a pretty damn good short.
Yeah,
and notice
we'll see.
Notice up on top of the screen here, John's short at 45.40 the ES. So that's going to let us know what positions Michael and Hoag have.
And we're trading live markets. So that's an update on that one. John's short from 45.40. We had a lot of nice John, and on that short. We had a lot of folks getting short in the NASDAQ. So I don't know if you guys got shaken, bake out of your position. If you did, let us know. Back to settlement is NASDAQ.
Johnny, why did you take that short?
Settlement?
It's already back to settlement. Yeah.
Wow.
So all the
why did you take the short?
Yeah, Richard wants to know, why did you take the short at that level?
Okay. We tested into the gap and we failed to kind of even make much of an effort to try and fill the gap. We have a lot of overnight longs in this market. The market opened. This is a different platform, but I want to show you. This is the opening range right here. So the opening range is the high of the session. It kind of indicates potential seller control right from the beginning. Then the market started to build volume. This volume bubble here, the upper volume shoulder put us in at around 54.40, which is where we got the short. And the market is still continuing, or at least attempting to continue the move to the downside. Another thing, when we were all the way up here, we had really positive delta, but the market wasn't really able to continue to push higher with more aggressive buyers. All of that delta has now been removed. So I'm thinking about actually taking this trade off, because my main hypothesis is to take advantage of a move from the overnight inventory to actually look for a potential long later on in the session. So I am going to flatten this position. We made $312. We've gotten to a somewhat of a consolidation area here that ended up being sort of a demand zone in the London session. And we're just going to take that and wait for our next opportunity.
Okay.
5 minutes remaining.
Hey, just a reminder here, business inventories coming out here. Top of the hour, retail inventories. We'll get those numbers to you as they hit the wire.
And there's another reason to get flat.
There you go.
Hello, Joe. Hello, Matthew.
Yeah, doing romper room there, huh?
Yeah, just saying. There's a lot of folks I recognize, want to say hi to them. That's all.
By all means, please do.
I see Andre. I see Joe. I see Matthew.
You remember them calling out your name? I never remembered my name. No.
Okay, John, we're going through settlement on NASDAQ. It's like,
all right, let's check the NASI now.
Yeah, everything's going through like butter. Who's short? Bad tuna, I feel for you. You got stopped out right before that. The market floor pulled the rug out from the NASDAQ. Ooh, I was there yesterday. Got stopped out right before. Well, I actually stopped myself out right before it rallied like 100 handles.
So this is now we're beyond overnight inventory selling. Overnight inventory is adjusted. This is something new. Market opened kind of in range, back to value, low of value is a really reasonable target for a move to the downside.
What's low of value? When you say this, because I'm not always looking at your charts, can you give me price levels?
15,515 is low of volume value yesterday.
Low volume value.
What's the tilt? What do you got on update tilt?
Nothing. 55%
Okay.
long.
Sitting on
And
the
then
fence.
at 55 NASDAQ long, 38% S&P long, 45% crude oil long.
We got another success story here, guys. JT Irby completed.
Yes, I figured I'd give him the good one because he's been sort of waving his hand like all morning. Hello, McFly. Hello. Yeah, I'll give you one.
Yeah, sometimes we miss stuff. Sorry about that. But I'm sure Bluebell is very happy.
There you go. Yes, we can see you. You're not invisible.
Nice job.
Beautiful. All right. 2 on the clock here. You got 2 minutes here. We'll see what these numbers actually do, if they have any impact. So business inventories.
JT is a beautiful blue bird. So Indian ringneck. She's a very, very pretty bird. I'm sure Bluebell is happy for you too, JT.
Bluebell. I was wondering if that was some sort of an animal. I would have said a cow. I don't know. It's a bird. Don't know that. Business inventories, previous 0.0. They're looking at a 0.1% month over month for July. And you also want to, about 15 minutes from now, ECB President Lagarde is going to be speaking. So we might want to keep an ear open to that also. Nat gas in 30 minutes. Trading the Widowmaker. Your number's coming up in about 30 minutes. Or Widow S Maker. Okay.
JT, I want you got to teach Bluebell how to say, "Hey, Hoag." I know it's a lot of work to teach him that.
Ghost T is really hip on me getting a tattoo on my face. Well, Ghost T, we never hit the number. All right, Ghost T is just here for the likes, and yeah, no tattoo on the face. Ghost.
Fred, I'm not currently thinking about looking for another short at this time. Kind of said my main hypothesis was to let the overnight inventory adjust itself and then look for opportunities to buy. So
business, real quick here. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, no, go ahead. Yeah,
coming at 0.0 month over month for July, so nothing. Actually, retail inventories were coming in at 0.0. It's like nothing. Zilch and zilch.
Zilch and zilch, right?
Yeah. So,
retail and business inventories both zero.
Zero. Yes.
Zero change.
There you go.
Zero change. Yeah, it's not really 50-50 on the tilt.
Hey, another thing we've got going now. Yesterday, we had group coaching with Hoag, and Hoag was en fuego. Okay, lots of great stuff. We're going to have group coaching every Monday through Thursday at 12 p.m. on TopstepTV. And this is a place where you get those questions answered, learn from our roster of expert coaches. And here's the deal. I'm going to post the email. Now, if you've got a question for a coach, the email questions get answered first. Now, guys, if something comes up, just cut me out. But send your questions. I'm going to put the email address here. Live questions are also okay, but the email questions will be answered first. Now, today's session will be led by Coach Jason. You know Jay. Jay's been with us here on the Squawk Radio. Jay comes to Topstep with 8 years of experience in the financial markets, and he's going to be with us here at 12 p.m. Central. So join us. I'll be with him there, and I'm going to share that email address. So if you got any questions for Coach, remember, these get answered first, and then we go to the live questions.
Thank you, Edward. Edward's 40 hands.
Actually, it's Edwin. Edwin.
You're still on your short, John? No?
Oh no, I covered it 32 down here.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, I just I'm viewing that as a kind of a fast trade or a short-term trade because it's the overnight inventory adjustment. The market so far on the S&Ps has failed to even close the gap. So what doesn't happen can be as important as what does. Now the NASDAQ has traded down below settlement and had a pretty decent pullback off that level. So I'm starting to get the feeling, at least for sure in the NASDAQ, that overnight inventory has been adjusted. Now we're going to see if there's any new business that comes in. It also kind of gives you an early reference, especially in the NASDAQ, and well, even in the S&Ps. I mean, this low here, if we never close that gap, we stopped short of it already. We had a little pop when those numbers came out. Another attempt to get down there. If we fail to take out this low and close the gap, this is looking, almost tasty like a little bit of a long. Because again, we've struggled to close the gap. Delta, we're looking at negative 1700. So now we seem to be congruent with direction. The market is moving lower. The shorter time frame traders are using market orders to exit or enter into positions. As long as we're congruent with direction, I'm going to look for an even better trade location for a long. Fred asked if I was going to get short again up at 40, and I said no. I'm going to just wait and see how things go. My hypothesis was maybe to look for a long later on in the session, but it turned out to be the right thing to do. It only went 2 points past it, and now we're already back in profit on it. So, but it wasn't really part of the plan. I was going to try and take advantage of some of the overnight inventory, which we did. Now I'm patient and creative and humble and grateful, and that's what I'm going to stay. And if I find another good opportunity, we're going to take it.
Only if there is a great opportunity.
Only.
Never force a trade.
It's got to come to me. If I go looking for it, I'll find it, and it won't be good.
Right. Well, usually if you're saying you're looking for finding it, it almost sounds like you're chasing a market.
You're just trying to create some sort of an opportunity, and there's opportunities everywhere. Depending on your time frame, you can find a lot of small opportunities. My time frame's a little longer. I'm looking for bigger opportunities.
There you go.
I got to check gold. What is going on here? We've been waiting for an opportunity here. Look at this! Oh my goodness! Right. That's the trend line. Right to it after the number came out. And it's continuing to the downside. I can't.
Say it, John. Spit it out.
I missed it.
Well, here's the thing. Don't file it under negative. You made the call. You called it.
Yeah, making the call is one thing. Being right is fun. Making a whole bunch of money off it is even better.
Well, yes, of course, obviously, but you want to keep that positive mental attitude. It's early in the day.
I want to wallow in my pity.
Pity can be a lot of things.
I'm just kidding. I'm having my own pity party, and it's not professional. We shouldn't do that.
No face painting, no balloon animals, no donkey rides.
So now I've got to just be kind of patient, look for an opportunity to try and get in this market on the way down. We'll take a quick look here at the profile, and this is the 720 open. It's the high of the session. Sellers have been in control since the very beginning. Here's opportunity perhaps to look for shorts are in these low volume nodes. If we get the chance to get to them, that would be helpful. But the way gold operates, it makes a big move and then it sits. So I can't get too aggressive trying to get into a short and bad trade location in the day time frame, because look at here, there's a big move down, a big move up, and it sits. There's a big move up and a big move down, and it sits. Another big move up, big move down, and it sits. Moves up, moves down, and sits. It opens, moves up, down, sit. It's like a good dog. He comes running at you and then sit. Jeez, man, there's such a pattern to this market, and if you miss the early move, or let's say you're the wrong way and you get whacked on it, gold will never let you get it back that day. It won't let you do it.
Right, whacked as far as swimming with the fish.
Yes.
Yeah.
You'll be wearing
cement
concrete
shoes,
boots.
Concrete boots. They always said, I always heard a joke. The guy that it's like, why would I get married? He's like, I got a dog. It's like, he's like, the later you get home, the happier the happier it is. I'm like, it's pretty good.
Wait, how's that again?
No.
I know, I said it pretty fast. He's like, why would I get married? He's like, the later I get home, he's like, you get in trouble if you get home late. He's like, just get a dog. He's like, the later you get home, the happier the dog is.
The happier the dog is. Yeah, I used to, I'd be out after work and hanging out and call Donna and say, yeah, I'm going to take a later train. And then I'd call her again in a little while and say, I'm going to take the next train. And then after a while, I would just say, you know what? I'm just going to take the don't bother.
Did she just say don't come? She's like, don't bother coming home.
Yeah, no, just don't bother. Just don't.
Yeah.
Just.
Hey, we got another poll here in YouTube. Are you looking to get long or short equities? I got 107 votes here right now. I don't know what do we got on the tilt update?
40% long, 47% long.
Which
NASDAQ,
market?
Yeah. Yes, NASDAQ, okay. Same. 40% in the crude oil.
What have gotten in? Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you. You just said it.
Yeah, 40% in crude oil.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Little.
Yeah, we've got our own tilt going here in YouTube, and it's about long 58, short 42.
Long 58. There you go, guys. I mean, right there is what it's pretty much saying on. So maybe we keep that poll going so you guys know that what you're thinking is what other people's positions in the sim environment are thinking as well on a bias standpoint. We're not saying entries, exits, anything like that. We're just saying, hey, right now I could have just got in right now and be long. Somebody could be long from 6 hours ago. And there's two open positions. That's 100% of the open positions. If it's two open positions, are long.
Hey, Jake's got a question here. Are you guys using an indicator to see the short and long percentage, or a separate tool website? I'd like to know what it is.
It's an indicator we aggregate, and we really try to, and we say it pretty vocal, that your trades inform all of our trades. That's something that we want the tilt to kind of come in here, and it's just a bias. And we just did a poll, so we could do. It's like doing a poll right now, every 5 minutes. Right now, it's saying the exact same thing that the poll just said. So I'm just going to share with you this guy because I just have the numbers Long bias right now, 45.37 NASDAQ, 39.66 S&P. And you guys, I think, just said 40% or whatever, or 50%, same.
Caesar's asking, or actually sort of adding, is there any chance that move up would have been caused due to hedging?
Move up.
In what market?
Can you be a little bit more specific, Caesar?
All right, let's see what we can do here. Okay. I see. Fred Slong from 3125 ES.
That's a good entry. Good entry, Fred.
It closed the gap and is showing signs of rejection of the gap. So I like that. I like that trade. Hey, Lacey.
John, what's
I think we're all waiting for Caesar's answer.
I
know. Guys, I left my coffee downstairs. I got to go grab it. I'll be back in 1 minute.
Okay. Lagarde, go ahead. Lagarde's going to be speaking here in 1 minute. ECB Lagarde. And our friends Nat Gas here in about 15 minutes. We'll keep an eye on that here. Looking, the previous was 33 billion here. 33 billion net gas storage coming up. And Lagarde inside a minute. So, okay. Caesar said that I heard that there was options expiration. Well, tomorrow's the quadruple witching, so there's going to be a lot of expiration tomorrow. And that happens every so often.
Quarterly.
Yes, quarterly.
For the option expirations. Look out for those max pain points. Big, fat, round numbers might become sticky in the indices.
There you go.
Right.
Michael, are you writing a novel there?
I'm writing a novel. I got my wife asking me about kids in school and all that.
Family first.
Family
first.
Thank you for that. Yeah, of course.
Well, Taurus Trader says a nice pullback in NQ. Let me get back to my full short position flat at 540 and done for the day. 2 trades set the way, and we like it out and done. And that's the thing too, folks. I mean, if the market is liking you, and you've got some decent trades, and you've got a decent amount of positive P&L, think about that. Are you willing to give that back? If you keep trading, make sure that you're putting something aside that you're taking home for sure. You got to do it manually. If you're up $800, make sure you're taking $400 home, and trade with the other. I mean, if you're not done trading, and also don't forget if you got that itch to trade, you got the practice account if you're in the Topstep Combine. That's another thing. Comments yesterday. Done for the day. Not done trading. I'm going to jump in my practice account. Now that's a smart trader. Happy with what they've got, and not done trading. I still want to put some trades in, but I will use my practice account. Now,
that's why it's there.
You could make another 1,000 on the practice account, or you could lose lose 1,000. I mean, that's part of it, but you can't be discouraged saying, "Oh man, what was that? We got a pooch, another pooch, little dog." So keep that in mind. All right.
Eddie Goodwords said trading research. I have that rule, not to give more than half back.
Yeah.
But I forget it some days and regret it every time.
Well,
yes.
I mean, we're learning. I mean, we learn every day. I mean, combined, how many years in the business, just us three? I mean, we're looking like around 80 between me and Hoag.
Yeah, I'm 25, except for that 1 month stint at Hawthorne Hospital. 25 years.
Oh my God. I mean, it's we're looking at 100 years here, just combined the three of us.
I always found that really weird. Like, well, I mean, that makes it sound like we went back to 1923.
Where when bread was only like 3 cents a loaf. I'll take 10 loaves, please. All right, trading research. I have that rule not to give more than half back, but I forget it sometimes and regret it. Just like Michael said.
Well, yeah. Well, I just quoted trading research, Eddie, because he gave you props.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Okay, I didn't know that.
But we're thinking alike, trading research and I, and you, because he said the same thing.
I mean, I did it too, but you got to do it manually or womanly or however you want to put it.
Humanly.
Evenly. Yeah, I hate to see that. The reason I'm just sort of putting that out front here is because, I've looked at thousands of trade reports. I've talked to thousands of traders here at Topstep, and you'll see somebody up on the day very nicely, and they don't know when to stop. And by the end of the day, they're deep in the hole. I'm up $1,200 early in the morning. By the end of the day, I'm down $600, and it's like, what happened? When did you really got to get under management, and it's a big part of trading is that management. Yeah.
There's so many layers of that management as well. I mean, you've got your day trading risk management, you've got your investment risk management, you've got your retirement risk management. It's just layer and layer.
Personal finance risk management.
Mm-hmm.
You don't say yes to everything, right? Buying, hey, honey, go. There's no budget. Go shopping.
Well, I mean, if your wife's anything like mine, if there's still checks, she'll still write them, even if there's nothing in the account. You can't be. Right. We can't have no money in there. I still have checks left.
I still have checks.
It's got to be.
Mm-hmm. CL, what's going on with crude?
Yeah, what's going on with NASDAQ too? What levels did you like down here again? The 15s, 515 area?
Hang on 1 second. Let's get back to it. So value low 515, 516, that area. The market kind of opened with a gap. Right now, the NASDAQ is working on a value area special situation play, which means, there's a good probability that price will actually get to that level, 515, 516, 515, that area.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not looking to buy it until I get an opportunity to see how the market reacts down there. If we start to set up some structure that I can lean on to limit risk, then I'll start thinking about longs. It's why I haven't looked for a long yet in even the S&Ps, because we've closed the gap, and with the NASDAQ in the throes of the value area special situation play, I'm wondering if the S&Ps are going to get us a little bit deeper for a better trade location for any kind of a long.
All right, Pablo Escobar. Back from the dead, I guess. I don't know. Pablo, the cartel. Done. Ready to express account. Thank you guys. You the best.
Okay, cool.
Huh.
Pretty common name.
Nice job. Nice job, Pablo. I probably met some of your guys back in the day.
You wouldn't want to. My God,
no, absolutely not.
I've been to Colombia, and definitely is not well liked. The Pablo Escobar cartel. Yeah. Well, him in general, he's, from what I understand, from my shared experience down there, it's not even something that they like bringing up. I went to the lake that his house is on. It's all graffitied and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, it was actually, Medellin, Cartagena. It was just so beautiful. I love Colombia.
Did you fly back in like a little two engine plane?
No, I flew. You got to ride back on one of those submarines with a bunch of luggage on there.
Bunch of funny looking luggage.
Looked like everybody's lunch. Well, here's something. Let me put this on the table here. Marcelo said, I thought I had lost $900 yesterday, and I just realized I forgot to change my account from practice to the combine. Thank God. Now, it happens the other way also, where you're on your real account, you think it's practice. Do yourself a favor. Change the color of the charts. You can do that. This way, in case you accidentally log into your practice account thinking it's a trading combine, you're going to be, oh, wait a minute. Those colors aren't the ones I usually use. Instead of just sort of looking at the titles of each platform. So do that. Change the colors up, and you'll know right away what you're trading.
Eddie, that's a genius idea. I'd never thought of that, but that's freaking smart.
Okay.
Wicked smart.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, my guy here is wicked smart.
Wow. Yes, that'll work.
Super. We're back above settlement now in the NASDAQ.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, we're showing a lot of signs of potential excess at these lows in these 30-minute bars. I mean, look at the long shadows we're putting in here.
Yeah.
So we may be getting, close to an opportunity where we're going to be able to limit risk for longs.
Well, whatever Lagarde was saying, Mr. Toe, it didn't really affect us too much here. See if I could pull up some comments here. She usually emails her speeches to me before she says them. I didn't get one today.
Caesar, I would love to eventually have an office in South America, and Colombia would be that and Brazil are both kind of exploding or growing with active trading.
Ooh. I'll man one of those offices.
Uh-huh.
I'll stay here and watch the fort.
This was my best effort on this.
One hitter, huh?
Yeah, tie it together. Something I wrote back in the day. Now I'm working the box.
That?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The Onion.
Yeah, The Onion. Well, I didn't know this is The Onion. I didn't know this is hey, Jack on here. The voice. Yeah, he used to write for The Onion.
Oh, man, I love The Onion.
Now, you know what? Now in X or Twitter, in order to read their content, you've got to subscribe. No more freebies.
Yeah,
hold on, not at all. What do you mean to read what content?
Their content on Twitter. If you I can't. It says subscribe. They want the money.
Hold on. So everybody and their mother that's on Twitter has to subscribe now.
I don't know about that, but they unless they singled me out.
Oh, maybe that doesn't sound
unbelievable.
Yes,
that sounds a little suspect, Eddie. That's
all right.
Twitter
I'm
deck
go
is
to it.
cost, regular X.
Here.
Regular X is not. Okay, Josh, thank you. Trepidity said no.
No.
I mean, he's all about free speech. I don't think that's totally free speech, but
freedom cost $1.05, Michael.
There you go. Natural gas coming up, Eddie.
Yep, we got that coming up here in just a little bit. 7 minutes on that natty gas. I'll keep an eye on that here. Okay.
What's TweetDeck?
TweetDeck's a way to, it used to be free. You could organize all your Twitter feeds. I actually used to use it all the time, and I think you have to pay for it now.
Right. Hey, Inner Circle Traders here, and he goes, I'm going to ask, how do you fellas do this morning? I haven't traded ICT. I took a little bath yesterday. I almost hit my loss limit. I have a loss limit of 3,000. Had a couple good trades, but chopped up. missed the great rally yesterday off the lows. A lot of other traders took it, but John, how are you doing today?
John disappear for a second
I
there.
don't know. Is this mic on?
There
Let's
it
take a
is.
look.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So we sold 45.40 just off the fact that the opening range, the 1 minute opening range, was the high of the day. And we had some kind of positive delta. So it seemed like that the short time frame traders were unable to push price higher. So we sold it to here. We didn't really take any heat on it. And I think I got out of it 34, I think, about just before the 9 o'clock number came out. So we got a little sandwich in the box. That's about it for us this morning.
Sandwich.
So we say it here in Chicago, a sandwich.
Yep, it's a sandwich.
Young
We've been
diggity.
kind of patiently waiting for an opportunity to look for a potential long. ICT, we were kind of looking at this as overnight inventory to the long side. We got the gap above. We've been unable to fill. Looked for the move to the downside. Got a piece of that. Now we're just patiently waiting for the right opportunity here.
All right. You know what, guys? We've got our good friend Danny waiting in the wings here, and but let's get him in here. Let's talk about this crude, because crude right now, just coming off its daily highs, and we tagged that 90. We tagged that 90 level. So we good, Jack?
Yes, we are.
Okay. All right. Coming up here in just a few seconds here. So Crude and our good friend Dan.
One second. Howdy, Danny.
Hey, good morning, guys. How we doing?
What do you stand for, Danny?
I stand for alongside and Crude right now. That bad boy just continues that grind up.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's just continues to go, continues to rally. The one thing I said yesterday, for me, when I was in here yesterday morning, I said, look, it feels a little overbought for my liking, for me to want to get into this trade. I needed to pull back for an entry point. Yesterday came a little late, but it was about 1 o'clock yesterday. I loved exactly where we pulled that market right back to, just shy of some of the levels that I was talking about, or just above some of the levels I talked about yesterday. But again, not finite levels, rather ranges. If my risk allows me to get into a trade as it approaches that area, that's what I'm looking for. So really like that pullback yesterday, and that market's just been on a tear from there. So that pullback right at 1 o'clock, John, we're seeing there. I loved it. We see another pullback that came last night, right around 4 a.m., I guess you could say this morning. That was like middle of the night for me after how late I was up, it feels like. And this market just continues to extend to the upside. So
Don't fight it.
Don't fight it.
that's it. So
Nice.
more than expected.
Yeah. Storing up some natural gas.
As,
We're going to need it.
as the
For the
cool
winter.
weather starts to approach.
Yep.
It's getting chilly out there this morning. It was like 48 degrees on my dog's walk this morning.
Goodness.
You gotta break out a jacket.
I put the sweatshirts. I mean, also, I
Oh,
feel
sweatshirts, fall season, right, Danny? Fall's great.
I'm a big fan of fall. Big fan of the leaves changing. Also, did not get the memo that today was just wear all black. I got my green and my red on today. So
It's in solidarity for Aerosmith canceling all their September shows.
Hey, John, what level do you like up here in the NASDAQ? We just kind of ripped higher.
Tag nabbit. All right. All right. Well, we didn't quite get to our value low from yesterday, but we were starting to think, wait, where was that value low? There it is, right there.
Yeah, nowhere near, but we got point of control, looks like, Hoag.
I got short 03s. I got short 03s. I'm looking to get short, and it just rallied up another 20 handles from where I was looking. So I got short from 15.603 quarter.
Mm. Got a lot of excess in these bars down here. We were just talking about that.
What's that blue line?
This blue line is value high from today.
How much? What price?
Yeah, 607.50.
Okay, I'll keep my
Michael, I
03s
think
on.
you're in an interesting spot. You know, you look at yesterday's value high. You look at, I mean, obviously we've just got, the last hour and a half or so for today's value. You're kind of in the middle of that range. You've got extended wicks to the downside. So you got a couple things that are saying potential long. You got a couple things that may say the rotation back inside.
Yeah, I don't hate it.
I don't hate it. It is sitting here yet again. I don't like to sit here, but then, I mean, what was the high of that move? Right here, roughly. 10, 15. I have a 15 handle stopping, so that means 618 would be where I get busted out on.
Okay, up here.
I would be interested in getting, well, no, I'm building a cushion, sorry. Putting another one on. I may put one more on, but I'm down. I'm just doing one lot right now. I was doing 5 yesterday.
Yeah, you start doing moron trades?
I do moron trades. No, I don't want to do moron. If this
put more on?
Yeah, if this dances around the O3s again, I'm going to scratch it and look to get a better entry. So you guys can, yeah. All right, better entry time. Scratch. Go ahead, Danny.
No worries. I mean, I have. We can talk crude. I mean, full transparency. I have been quite hectic, and that's not something I like to trade with when my mind is thinking about other things. So my activity has been, from a day trading stance, has been pretty quiet. I think I think everyone out there experiences that, right? You're doing your day job and you're trying to trade. When the day job takes precedence, you don't want to think about trading, or when your personal life takes preference. Making sure you're in the right mindset. So lately I've just been extremely busy between everything I got going on in my whole entire life and trying to figure out my move and all that. So I have not been 100% dedicated to thinking about my trading. So therefore I have not been trading that much. It's hard for me when the market is, I think a lot of people love alongside market. If you're an equities trader over the last 13 years, you loved alongside market. Me, on the other hand, trending markets are where I personally struggle. I have to find those good entry points, or else it's very easy for me to sit here and say, looking at crude oil for the last 3 weeks, you buy the market. Sure, we can sit there and say that. Getting into those markets is a little bit more harder to determine. I've always said, my channels, we've talked about those a million times over the years. Yep. That's the only way. The Daniels. I can frame it that way when I look at these markets, and it helps me take a trending market and I just rotate it a little bit sideways, because for me, my successful trades or my successful days have really been all because the market was working sideways. People want to call it chop. I like sideways markets. For me, I read them better.
I've always been that way. Trending markets are always hard to try and get into. You feel like you're paying too much, so you start trying to pick the top or the bottom, and you just get run over. it's so difficult to get into a trending market. And for me, and it sounds like for you too,
it's tough. I mean, John, I've got, one day we'll be able to share my charts too sometime. I don't have them ready to go right now, but I'm just looking at my 30-minute, and I have a nice channel that runs over the last 3 or 4 days that gives me my highs. I'm looking right now. I've got my high side extended. If this market starts to work its way between 90.40 and 90.50, that to me is an area that's a high side of my channel. That's when I can start to look. But then I'm looking at the short side because it's a high side of a channel.
right.
I don't like to sell a rallying market like this.
Right.
It's,
So there's your channel.
exactly. So that's what I'm starting to look at. That's in my exact channel. You can see my touch on the bottom of it yesterday.
Yesterday.
Love the bounce there. Great opportunity for a rally, right? Now you got to think about, we're going into end of day. Do you really take that trade? Maybe not. And then now I got to look for this thing to get to the high side of that channel. That's my style of trading. So for me to find multiple trades in a day is unrealistic. I really am looking for extremes to be checked, and I'll fade those extremes. I like to keep it simple. That keeps it simple enough for me. I'm not confusing myself. I don't sit there and do the, is that the right choice? Did I make a good decision? I like to take my anxiety out of the equation as much as possible. Not to say I don't get anxious in them, but
I love the Daniels. They're when they're working. I mean, you can't beat it. It's giving you a picture of where to get in, where to get out, where to limit risk.
that's it. That's it. Keep it simple.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of getting in, I did get back in on a better entry.
What happened on your last trade?
I scratched that one and
Okay.
I look for a better entry. And then I'm short right now, pushing on it. I'm short right now
almost
from
to where your stop was.
Yeah, I'm short right now from 08s and 13s. So kind of and I like the 15s and I like the 18s up here as kind of like that would have been where I stopped out right about now. I would have been stopped out if I would have not have covered
Right.
that range and
Yeah,
look for
because
better.
18 was your stop, right?
Yeah. So I want to look for a better entry. We'll see how this one plays out. 15 handle stop. So it's up there in the 20 something. So if it cruises past 22 to 20, to 25, because I have a 2 lot on.
Well, let's see what happens. Let's look for a break.
Are we going to start being a cheer squad for my position? Little pep rally.
I mean, yeah, I want you to make money. I support you.
Thanks, Danny.
Wanting to make money.
Of course.
I don't know about shorting the market right now, but I want you to make money. So I hope it works out in your favor because I don't have a position on.
Well, I went in with a reason.
Yes,
Talked
you did.
about it. Yeah.
Where are you short from again?
Right
No,
here, 08. You can see 08.
Yeah.
I got short 13s, and I got short from 04, so that's because I put it back on. So it is 08s. And then this is where I scratched it. I did 02s, 04s. Oh, yeah. 3s, 04s, and put the 04s back on. Do not like to see the stop right here. Don't do that.
Is it going to ping it?
There's
Ping.
one, and here's the other one up here. Because
Did you just take your stop off, or did you get filled there?
I got.
Okay.
They hit my stop. I don't
Must
move
have
my
been a
stop.
stream delay for me.
I don't move my stops.
No moving stops.
And there you go. Damn.
All right. Well, I witnessed a loser there, so I think I'm the bad luck charm.
No.
Why don't I let you guys get back to your trading day?
All right, Danny. Thank you very much.
tomorrow.
Thanks, Dan.
Bye, guys.
Travis, you got stopped out as well. Yeah, this is a little ripper to the upside.
Yeah, Michael, did you hit the lucky like button? Maybe that's the thing.
Oh, I did it on the YouTube. Yeah.
Good.
I don't know.
Like
I don't know how
and
much that's going to help my
smash.
trading. Smashed. Yeah, I didn't hit it, John. I smashed it. Hey, 70% of NASDAQ folks are long right now. Which is
there we
getting a
go.
little high. Now
Little change.
68. Not major.
Yeah.
35. We're like in 35. Conscious investing. Huge inflection
Okay.
says that. John, what do you have
All
up here?
Well, I mean, you've got your overnight high, which is just above here. Little bit of information here. We had positive delta the last time we were up here. Now we're looking at negative delta. We may have found some buyers, some longer time frame buyers here. That negative delta at the high, the market is moving opposite the most aggressive traders. We had I guess a decent opportunity for a long down here in the NASDAQ. It didn't get to what we were looking for, but I'm not shorting it right now. That said, you should probably short it. Yes.
Amazon delivery.
Probably. Santa comes here every day. Lacey. I'll quiet it down.
I'm seeing once again here. See, it's NASDAQ. My goodness, NASDAQ. What a nice move here.
Well, we talked about who shared that about the inflection. I could go up. Trav, no.
Well, it's not.
The 35 was what they were just saying. We got folks looking to get short 650s, 670s.
And Q. Well, I mean, I think if I were looking to get short, I've gotten pretty far away from my initial, my initial hypothesis, if you will, right? I was looking for an opportunity to buy weakness. Lacey.
I kind of like hearing a dog in the background.
I'm looking to short here. It might be the.
What'd you say? He's cutting out. John,
I got the dog barking at something.
Did you say you like the shorts here?
I don't like the short here.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay.
You cut out and you're like, buy the.
Well, I mean,
Until next week.
Yeah.
my main hypothesis today was to look for an opportunity for the overnight inventory to give me a chance to buy cheap. That hypothesis is continuing to ring true. So I'm not looking to look for shorts. I'm going to be looking for opportunities on pullbacks to try and get long.
I mean, it's not bad. I mean, you got NASDAQ and S&P like 58% long. So that's a nothing. I'm going to take a quick cool hat, Mike. Thanks, Nick Ranella. There's my buddy out of Missouri, CEO of one of the largest cannabis companies out there. Has about, 80 or 100 employees. Brett Hull is his investor. I'm sorry, Nick.
I got a story about Brett Hull we'll tell later, but how about right now we have we've got Shoulder Tap with Mick. Mick is in the green room. We'll have an intern go get him. And coming up here, Mick and Shoulder Tap, our risk manager.
See, Michael, that's why.
Morning, Mick. How are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm well. How are you?
I am fine. Once again here, if you can, one of these days, tell us about those pictures behind us, behind you. I know we've got a lot of new people here wondering what the hell's going on back there, but we'll talk about that later. But, Mick, if you can, you're our risk manager. Brett's our risk manager. What does a risk manager do?
So our team, part of trading operations, we are watching all of our funded traders. We're keeping an eye on the people in the express funded accounts, the live accounts, and we're the ones that make the decision to call people up, pull them up from the express funded, the XFA, and put them in a live account where they're trading the live markets, among other things. But in a nutshell, that's kind of our main function right now. And we're keeping an eye on all the firm's risk too.
There you go. All right. So our security department, aka risk manager, what do you got for us today, Mick?
So I got a few things, a couple people I want to talk about, a couple shout outs for people that are just up money on the day. Before I hop into that though, Hoag, I hear Lacey barking in the background, and I've got Riva in the office with me, and I had you guys up on the TV before my segment, and she got up on the windowsill right next to the TV and was staring at the TV looking for the dog barking.
Yeah, she's I don't know what's going on, but she's a little bit crazy right now, so I'm keeping mute. Go ahead. I apologize.
You got a bunch of squirrels out there going.
Hoag and I have some very similar dogs, little velociraptors. So dog talk aside, I couldn't help myself. Got a couple people I want to highlight today. First one is John Wang, L. Can we get that card up?
You say John Wayne? Oh. Maybe that means John Wayne.
From Belize. I've always wanted to go to Belize and check it out. Here it's beautiful. Seeing it's beautiful.
It's a little crowded.
A lot of good stuff here. I mean, this trader's killing it. They're always paying themselves 86% winning days, and then their average P&L is over $2,000. I love it.
That's nice.
You know, and I always try and talk about an area for improvement. I'm not seeing anything on this trader's trade reports. It just all looks really good. You know, anything could pop up at any time. We always talk about people that are on hot streaks, and you got to be careful because usually, you know, those hot streaks will crack, they will break, they will fizzle, and usually it's a big wake-up call to the tune of a lot of money. But so far, so good here.
Mick, you know what I see? I remember since August 2023, just recently joining Topstep here.
Yep. Started last month. So already in a funded level account and already killing it, taking money out of that express funded account.
Boy, I'd like to definitely interview this trader. Good stuff. My gosh.
Yeah, really nice. And Michael was talking about it yesterday. I know he wants to start bringing people on, our traders, our funded traders, onto the show. And, he asked Brett and myself to basically reach out to some people that we've had our eyes on, and we want to put them on the show and potentially give them a call up on the show from the CEO and founder himself, Michael.
Hell yeah. No, I'm in.
Hey, he's back.
Yeah, new coffee. My hands aren't shaking yet, so I need one more cup.
There you go. Mine's sitting on the Keurig right now after my segment. So, Michael, we were just talking about a trader out of Belize, 86% winning days, over $2,000 a day average P&L, regularly paying themselves. And I've got no areas for improvement on this trader. It's just a clean-looking trade report. So keep up the great work. We got our eyes on you. And like I said, maybe Michael might be calling you up next week to a live or something.
That's what, when we bring up players from the minors, if you want to call it that, we've always called it kind of the professional sports model where you evaluate traders and then you bring them up. And they start pitching for your team as a starter on the varsity team on the Yankees. Yankees have minor leagues teams and all that kind of stuff. So when they get up there, you like to shake their hands. You like to tell them to, slap them on the butt, ass, back, high five them, whatever cheer and yawn that you do to somebody. And that's what we like to do. But it's also like get back in the game and keep doing what you're doing because you're on a prop account. You're a prop trader with us on a live account. So that's that's something that we're very proud of. And I think those traders should be very proud of. But also, Mick, you know this, they also get a little nervous, a little, hands clammy and all that kind of stuff. But true talent rises up. That's why we do have people that come up to the front of the level and they either blow out right away or they get stage fright or whatever it's called. They don't rise up to the challenge. Kind of like, say, Mick, you're starting quarterback right now. Can you go out there and perform?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
all that training we do, all those screen time we do should put you in that position where you feel confident. And even when you get called up, hopefully you don't feel cocky, because that's not a good position to be in, but stay in your confident sweet spot.
There's always going to be pressure, and you need to compartmentalize it. That being said, let's move over to our next trader I want to feature, Chad E. Now, Chad's trading in an express funded account, actually 2 express funded accounts, and a lot of days traded on here. He's on his 45th trading day in the XFA right now, 80% winning days. If you are thinking about the numbers I'm sharing, 80% winning days, trading 45 days, average P&L about $300. Chad's he's got a good eye for the markets, needs to work on the risk a little bit. He's all over the place as far as P&L. It's always big winning days, big losing days. Every single one of his losing days hits that daily loss limit of 3,000. So something to consider, area for improvement. Call a bad day before it gets to be minus 3,000. At a certain point, it's not working. You got to call it quits, walk away from the computer. I know it's tempting to try and continue trading, turn a negative day to a positive day. A lot of times, though, that just turns into more losses. So something for Chad to consider.
Does Chad have a day job? Because the reason why I ask, and we don't need to know the answer, but $400 daily average. And if you keep your mindset in that, I can perform at a $400 daily average because I've been doing it for a while. Again, you do the math on that. 400 times,
$2K a week,
$100,000 a year,
a month.
Yeah, $100,000 a year. Call miscellaneous of losses. You're $75,000 a year. Even give yourself a friendly cushion. Pretty damn good.
Yeah, and for a lot of people, that's a secondary source of income. This trading too. They've got their day job, and they can do this on the side. It's very nice. Even an extra $20,000 a year is. Everything helps. Who doesn't need an extra $20,000 a year?
That's why we were talking about, Mick, yesterday about lowering your expectations. That's something that's really important. I got to take this call. Be right back.
I think we should continue talking about lowering expectations, getting comfortable with only, taking advantage of what the market gives you, because every day is different. We were talking about yesterday, you're not always going to be making that $1,000, $2,000 a day, 6-figure swings in a day. Be happy with $75 to pay for lunch, kind of thing.
You've got to. Well, I think most people that get into trading, I think it's just natural to have unrealistic expectations. We all think we're going to be the millionaire, in no time, right?
100%.
And we end up putting ourselves in positions that we have no business being in. We don't have the knowledge or the skill or the skin to be in those positions. And you got something you got to work your way into. You've got to build those muscles before you're able to. Remember the first time I had a 5 lot on, I thought I was going to die.
Can you imagine, Michael?
One lot.
Can you imagine Michael getting that 300 lot?
My hands are shaking. It was 600. 600 minis. 600 minis. It was a 300 big in the pit. Just so you guys know, when we're trading minis, there's actually the big contracts in the trading pit. That means for every tick was $50 and every handle was $250. So when you're trading the S&P and it moves from 46.5 to 46.75, that was a $50 move in the pit, and the Dow was twice as large as the Dow Mini. So when you go the bigs, minis, micros, that's it just shows how much size that traders put on in the pit, and the psyche there of handling swings was a little bit different than trading micros or minis.
Yeah,
for sure.
Under pressure, talking about that.
I wouldn't want to get stuffed with 600 mini Dow. That's for sure.
That's what it was. I felt I got stuffed, and my hands were shaking, and we had a tablet. I'm trying to, and you get the tablet. You got to hit like the ladder of the little like cell to get out of the position, and you couldn't hit it all at the same time. So it's like 50, 50, 50, 50, 50. Six times.
It makes me think of the closes in the grains when you've got these brokers that have a bunch to do on market on close, and they see anybody with their hands up bidding, and they just say sold you 500 without the trader even saying sold. They shove it down their throats. You can do that with the people that will take your size, but that was kind of always fun to watch. And yes,
fun.
And they get a little shaky. You get someone who stuffs 2,000 down your throat.
Yeah, 2,000 down your throat, and every now and then, not every now and then, quite a few times at Topstep, you get people like, I had 2 micros on, and then I got stopped out. I want a refund, or I want to reset. Man, you got to own your position. You got to own it in the markets. It's one thing about trading. You got to have accountability for your actions. Now, if there's a total glitch and the system went down, great. The system goes down for me. It has gone down for me hundreds of times in my trading career. Mm-hmm. But it's just a different type of from floor trader to the active individual that's dabbling. Now, the professional ones that have been trading for a while, or that understand that trading, there's no perfect world in it. They totally get it. But then there's newbies that have never traded before, and like, you guys got to understand, man, this isn't a perfect, I don't know. You send a tweet, the tweet always goes through, and you're sending orders into exchanges or into order matching systems. Yeah. That then send real-time data that then has, other, stress tests that certain hours of the day get busy.
Yeah, we're all at the mercy of our technology, and on topic for the conversation, off topic for the segment. But I mean, contingency is a big thing. You're trading, you're taking risk. You've got risk capital out there. You got open positions. Have a backup. You don't want to be making your mobile phone your primary source, your primary outlet for trading. But as a backup, you lose your Wi-Fi, go to the cell phone. You've got your 5G, LTE, or whatever. Always have a backup. Be able to get yourself out.
Right. Yeah, and we were telling you, we had 9/11 Monday, and when that happened for Deutsche Bank, they actually had a place where the whole team would go miles away. They called it the bunker to trade, to have a backup.
Really?
Yeah. Huh. So, I mean, you look for it. I mean,
21 handled Dave. Good entry on your 666 in the NASDAQ.
Yeah. Speaking of the range, it's been kind of a narrow range week. I mean, what's our range in the S&P's? 40 points from Monday to today. So I haven't seen a lot of big P&L swings on the live accounts or the express funded or funded traders. I've got some other shout outs to share today, but nothing, in the way of fireworks as far as P&Ls go. Shout out to Romaine, up 6,500. Actually, all these traders I'm going to be listing trading NASDAQ today. Raphael, 6,900. That's from an XFA. Tara D from Texas. She's in a live account, up $3,000 today. Happy to see that. She had a little bit of struggles in that transfer from XFA to live. She got off to a rocky start, but she's catching her grounding, catching her feet. So happy to see that she's up $3,000 today. Anthony D in his XFA, up 9,400.
Wow.
And then not so much of a shout out. He was going to be a shout out. Huang, who I mentioned yesterday in a segment, he was up $5,000 earlier today. He's swinging 15 lots, down 3,000 now. It happened in the matter of about 15 minutes. So the size can really change your day quite a bit. So keep that in mind. 15 is a lot of contracts to be trading.
Mick, before you go, a question for everybody. Now, let's just say we've got a position on and the internet goes out. What would you say is the best way to get out of that?
Get on your mobile phone. have a backup, your contingency. If you lose internet, your cell phone tower is going to still be working. Get on there, get out.
Hey, I got a question off topic. Patrick Bateman, actually, I'll answer it. American Psycho behind you had some people asking about this. So I have a buddy named Malik Karache that is an incredible artist. And
Yes, he is.
he did that painting and the Patrick Bateman one. And I go that I want that. I want that because it's fear and greed. And I'm sorry, it's fear. And I want you to make me one that's greed. And the markets are made up of fear and greed. And that's a big thing in the trading world used to be like they're a client till proven broke. So we don't show the whole Leo right now. You can see, what's his name? Not Seth Rogen.
Jonah Hill.
Jonah Hill, thank you. Right there. That was the scene of Wall Street, Wolf of Wall Street. I absolutely hated that movie. My wife read the book. She's like, let's go to the movie. I was frustrated. She's like, why are you so upset? I go, because this is trash. You're watching them screw over people. So the point of the story is he's screwing over somebody on the phone right now. And to the other side, it's fear. So he's about greed. Leo right there on the call, just saying whatever you can to get that person into the market so he can get the commission. And then the fear side. And going back to the point, I always heard the line by brokers, they're client till proven broke for brokers. I hated that as well. I'm from the country. So like I have these ethics that are part of me. Like I didn't even know the word scumbag existed in the early days. Then I come to Chicago, you got to see the financial markets for a different light. And it's made up of fear and it's made up of greed. You know, Warren Buffett said when there's blood in the streets, aka fear, that's the Patrick Bateman, blood in the streets. That's when you're buying. And when there's greed, that's when you're selling. So that's the past. And Topstep was really, and my focus has always been like, hey, this is the future where we're going to take care of traders. We're going to give them a place to safely learn. We'll get them an opportunity that they don't have to risk their kids' college fund. We're not going to pitch them on get into anything. And they're going to make their own decisions. So, that's where some of this comes out with. My wife came up with the frames, so I think it turned out well.
Yeah, frames are great.
All right. We got Mick. Appreciate it. Anything else before we part ways, my friend?
Yeah, I do actually. Thanks for asking, Eddie. So it's Thursday. If you guys are up money on the week, make sure you lock in profits for the week. You don't want to turn a winning week into a losing week with 1.5 sessions left. So if you're up money through Friday, make sure you stay up money. Walk away up on the week. That's the goal here. Have more money in your account than you did the previous week. And with that, I'll sign off. Thanks so much for having me.
Thanks, Mick.
Thanks, Mick.
Thanks for
Have a
coming,
great
Mick.
day, buddy.
Appreciate you.
All right, we've got coming up here next, we've got Talking Shop with Andre, and it's always good to have Andre on with us here. Earlier, we summoned him, and he did answer, so see if we get...
That's right.
Let's summon him again. He's in the green room. Let's get that intern to tell him it's time to feed the meter. Let's get this going here. Have Talking Shop in just a few seconds.
Go.
Good morning, Andre.
Hello. I did my homework. I was assigned some homework this morning.
Triple witch.
What kind of? That was okay. You're going to explain what the triple witch is to us?
Yeah, well, it used to be quadruple witching, right? But then it became triple witch.
Well,
I think it's
the other way around.
Okay, yeah, it
single
was all the way
stock,
around. But
single
okay,
stock
so let's
futures aren't in the U.S. anymore, so they kind of they call it quadruple, but it's really triple.
yeah. So let's talk about what the three instruments are that are expiring tomorrow. We got index futures, index options, and stock options. Correct.
Yes.
And that's going to lead to some wonky moves in the market, perhaps a spike in volume, because traders got to get off their positions, either roll it or expiration is going to happen, so they got to get their hedges off. You're going to see trading volumes typically surge, and you might see some like erratic price movement tomorrow. A really good point made earlier today was Jack's there. He talked about sticky numbers in the markets and something to pay attention to. Jack, if you're there, I'd like you to maybe expand on that a little bit, and we can go from there.
Yes, as a matter of fact, I am here behind the scene.
Awesome.
So I will say, first and foremost, I am not an expert when it comes to using options to trade futures. Anne-Marie Ban, when we have her in here, is great at that. But I want to bring to your attention that there are sticky numbers. I brought a screenshot, and I'll drop the link to this site.
Nice.
This is public. This is SPX options, which is the big volume ETF. And it's showing the volume of options that are expiring tomorrow at different prices. And at the big round numbers, if you think, if months ago you were hedging on something, you tend to be attracted to round numbers. You see huge spikes at places like 4,450, 4,500. And if you're a market maker in those at the end of the day tomorrow, you would prefer that the price settles close to one of these. And what they call the max pain point is the price that has the highest outstanding options there. In this case, 4,450 for the SPX. So something to think about there. I'll drop a link to that site in the chat in YouTube, but they tend to pin to that number at the end of the day. Now, will it necessarily happen? No, but just something to be aware of.
Awesome. Great stuff, man. Yeah. So what does that mean for trading in terms of the markets tomorrow? Heading into it, I think it means you got to tread lightly. And like Mick just said in the previous segment, shoulder tap, if you have a good week going, let's not, you don't need to push it too much tomorrow. Kind of tread lightly, be prepared for some erratic movements. And, it's kind of been like that all week, right?
Pretty much.
How about this rally, by the way? You kidding me?
I know. That's what I was watching.
You kidding me? I can tell that's what you're stuck to.
I know. I was just looking at the 04s down there, and then because I like the 15, and I got short 13s, and I got busted out at 22. A lot of people got I think their stops run or whatever on this rally up.
Probably, yeah.
50-50 on the tilt, nothing there. Robot, you said bring back Tradeovate so we can trade on mobile. We're very, very close to doing that. Doing some final testing right now, which is really exciting.
Nice.
We work with them. They made some great improvements on their end. I think for I don't know, maybe everybody. I don't know, for us too. I don't know, but we got to do some final testing so that we don't bring anything back that then floods our support team with questions and whatnot. So we'll let you know here shortly. And we had a question about deal on the stuff. Yeah, a lot of prop firms, I guess, are turned off on deal. I think deal did something with their terms and conditions or whatever. I think it all stemmed from FX, kind of this FX stuff that started. I am actually having a conversation with the COO here shortly. So
nice. Topstep's all over.
We've been around for 13 years. We just started using deal January. So, yeah, so we'll more to come on that. We still have multiple processes. We pay out PayPal. We've always paid out ACH and wires and all that kind of stuff. We've been doing that for 13 years. 13 years. And then in January, we did more to the deal route because they kind of handle everything. It's kind of nice. They handle your contract. They handle taxes. They handle payout in multiple ways to pay out. So that was the efficiency for, I'm sure, everybody who hires contractors in general. So that was those two questions. Andre, triple witching. Never liked triple witching. I remember quadruple witching.
Well, there was a play. It's called I don't know. It was called leg the paint. It was a play you used to do back in Eurodollars. You basically wait for it to close in on the strike price. If you could leg the spread from a better price, it's pretty much instant money. But it worked maybe 2 out of 5 times. The other times it was a scratch. But yeah, legging the paint was definitely a strategy going into it. But triple witching, just something to keep your eye on. I mean, it's not going to kill you, but no reason to be trading 10s and 15 lots tomorrow. Let's say that.
No, hell no. Tomorrow I would actually take off.
Oh, really?
I'd tune into this with your headphones as you're going for a run or whatever, just to stay in tune. Topstep will keep you in tune on the markets.
Definitely.
But I don't know if you really want to be trading tomorrow. It's Friday. It's triple. It's expiration, all that kind of good stuff. But man, this rally keeps
This
continuing.
rally's impressive as hell, man. Hoag, what do you got? Anything?
Yeah. This is based basically in the S&Ps.
Yeah.
The opening range was the low of the day. Our idea was to look for an opportunity for a price to kind of move lower when the overnight inventory unravels, which it did. It didn't get to a level that I was necessarily comfortable with buying. Now we're seeing Delta, which is opposite direction, right? So we've got a divergence here. We've got price at the highs, and Delta is negative. Delta is aggressive short time frame traders using market orders to hit the bid, but the market is going in the opposite direction, right? Andre, you think traders are using market orders to hit the bid? Price should go lower, right?
That's what you'd think, correct?
Right, but it's not. It's going higher. So
is that because they're getting squeezed? Sorry to jump. Is that because they're getting squeezed?
Well, they're squeezing themselves. What this is indicative of, and I tend not to pay attention to it much during rollover, but this is a little bit too stark to ignore. What it's saying is that at some point this morning, longer time frame buyers started placing bids and accumulating new longs or even getting out of shorts. But what they're doing in doing this is they're getting the short time frame traders too short. And that's why the market is continuing to try to push higher. So once they can't get any more bought here, they bring their bids up. They bring their bids up here, and then they'll scoop up everything that the traders will give them there. And then if they still have business to do, they'll move those bids up, and they'll move those bids up. So they keep putting more and more pressure on the short time frame traders that are the ones that are creating this negative delta. They're using market orders to sell into this market, and by some point during the day, if Elvis stays in the building, in other words, the longer time frame traders keep that pressure on all day, you'll get a big spike at the end of the day to the upside. So I wouldn't sell this with this information with anybody's money. The hard part is we have to pay higher in order to get into a long. I placed an order to try and get a pullback. It has not come back to me, at least not yet. But I don't want to buy the high. I want to buy a pullback. I want to see where the volume is, like here, or even here, that the longer time frame may have moved their bids up to. I want to join those bids, get a fill, and then take the ride later on when all the short time frame traders capitulate and get out of all those positions. But it's happening faster than I was expecting.
Man, that's good stuff. Great
so
stuff,
you wouldn't take a low risk shorter with Granny's birthday money?
No.
You're always looking to fade. Darth Vader, man.
Darth Vader.
You need to send me a check for $7. I wouldn't even risk that on it.
Hold on. What? So did mine. $7. It was like 7 or 10 every year.
Don't spend it all in one place.
My grandma, the gas to get to the bank
I'd spend it probably on a pack of cigarettes.
Yeah, if she knew that, I don't know if she'd be sending me any money.
As a 12-year-old, you're buying smokes. It was a different time.
Many times. Mom used to give me a note, go to the corner store and buy her smokes.
Yeah, mine too.
If the note would work.
Yeah, you get a carton of Durrells.
Be riding your Huffy Thunder Road back with a carton of Newports or something.
I used to go buy baseball cards on my way home all the time, and you eat that. They're Tops. And eat that dried out, stale piece of gum in between two cards.
Oh yeah, that was
amazing.
Just sucked all the moisture out of it. While it's in the packaging.
I saw on YouTube yesterday somebody bought a 1986 NBA pack, the Michael Jordan rookie card, for $2,000 a pack, unopened. But the thing is, there was no guarantee that Michael Jordan was in it. They paid $2,000 and they opened it up live, and they had some Hall of Famers in there, but no Jordan card.
No MJ?
Well, that Jordan card's going for about $200K.
Yeah.
My God. Hoag, you got that time machine?
Yeah, right.
Fire that up real quick.
Yeah, Biff's Almanac.
Oh my God.
So, I've always wanted that. I've always wanted that.
How you trading, AMP?
Dude, I'm down $800.
All right.
Back to back. I hopefully don't have to put another a red sticker. There's a red. I should get a green, but I didn't have a green post-it note for those two winning days.
It's all good. So is this the
Andre, I was very patient. I thought I was waiting for a good entry. I mean, I feel like I'm a part of the herd today that all got our stops run on this rally up here.
Yeah.
I didn't catch any of the breakdown, but I was looking to see if it was going to pull back. It extended out of the range to the upside, and I thought it would be a good. We talked it out. Didn't work out. That's okay.
It's all right. Is this the pullback we're looking for, Johnny?
That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on it.
I canceled the orders because we basically closed the gap now.
Yeah.
So that's kind of a target, right? I mean, if I was long at the bottom, I probably would have lightened up there. But just watching the delta, it's back up to negative 6,000. Short time frame traders are still trying to sell into this thing. And like we said, if the longer time frame are placing bids, right, and that kind of high volume node that we're trying to get long in might be where they're at right now. It's kind of low risk. I mean, there's not a lot of risk in this. It's 2.5 points of risk. And if we can get filled and then we still see those buyers at that level, then we may see those short time frame traders getting shorter and shorter and end up squeezed at the end of the day. Okay. It's a long day, but we'll see.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Really good stuff.
Hey guys, if you don't mind, I just want to interject here real quick. Don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button. Smash it. Let's get that number up here today. It looks like it's sort of dragging its feet a bit. Come on, we got some good stuff out here. We got even more good stuff coming up around 11 a.m. Central Time today. We've got a new segment called Power Players. Wow. And today our inaugural guest is going to be Jesse Casper Rogers. Going to be dropping in with Michael on key differences between Forex and futures. And Casper runs a very popular YouTube channel. And beyond being an expert in Forex and futures market, is a student of ICT methodology. So make sure that you're around for that one. Something new and something cool. And then right after that, we've got group coaching. Remember, we've got group coaching every day. Now, today at 12 o'clock Central on TopstepTV, we've got our expert coach, Jay. Jay's going to be with us here. Now, Jay's been with Topstep, passed the combine, got funded, paid himself, had a funded trader interview, now coaching with us. And he's going to be here at 12 o'clock Central Time and answering questions as John did, as Hoag did yesterday.
Great session yesterday.
I heard you killed it.
Questions. A lot of good folks there.
And we're going to try and get Casper in at 11, right after the quiz at 10:45, I think.
Wow, full slate today.
Yeah, sure is.
Only Topstep TV. I want to get long here, Johnny.
I'm trying. I got a bit in. It just won't get there. But we'll see.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so good.
The gap fill's a little unnerving, but the risk on this is so small. We'll give it a shot if we get filled.
What chart are you looking at? The 30?
Yeah.
Michael, what chart are you looking at? 30. Yeah, this
buy them.
Are you in?
No, we're still sitting here with a bid in. We just haven't gotten there yet.
Yep. This is the patient. Hey, you nailed it.
My mean reversion trade brain is screaming as well. but the information that I'm getting on this delta and our hypothesis was to look for weakness to buy. We missed the weakness to buy. I made a little bit of money on the way down off of the overnight inventory adjustment, but now I'm stuck paying higher if we think that this market is going to go. And again, the fact that we closed that gap above to the tick. I know Patrick Whelan was looking for that earlier this week. It has been accomplished. That's a little bit unnerving for longs, but we're still looking at 6,000 negative delta. It's just kind of holding there. We see if we can find where those longer time frame buyers are and try and join them.
Cool. Hey, Michael, Fred's got a question for you. Your position size seems to be flexible. Can you talk about how you decide how many contracts to trade?
It starts with building a cushion in the morning. Like yesterday, I didn't follow it. I'm like, I'm going to go in at 5. Went in at 5, instantly down $1,200. Right there, I'm digging myself out of a hole. And you're like, we'll just put 5 back on. Well, if I get that one wrong, now I'm done $2,400. So I like to build a cushion starting off the day with a smaller number, 1 and 2 lots. You're like, whoa, aren't you supposed to be a professional trader? Aren't you? Because I would go back to you and say Topstep's trying to find professional traders. But I've always learned in my history, trade small. If you can't trade small, you can't trade big. And you need to start off small. And that's the one reason when I really started learning how to trade at a prop firm, trading on a simulator in 2003 or 2. Start with a 1 lot. And that's what they would only allow you to start with a 1 lot. And then you get up to $750 or $500 in profit. You could put on a 2 lot. When you got up to $1,200 or $1,500, you could put on a 3 lot. I still follow that methodology because by the end of the day, if you do that strategy and you pull out 2,000 for the day, that's a great day. That's a great day. And anybody's trying to put up 50 grand in a day, I'm not seeing that very often. You don't see that very often, but you see $2,000 days, $1,000 days all over the place, $5,000 days every now and then. So how quickly do you want to get to that number? Can also be detrimental to you when you size up and do that. Size down is my philosophy, to each its own. That's why Topstep created the trading combine, so you can practice and find out what your size is and how you can adjust. So 1 lots until I build it up, 1s or 2s until I build it up past 500 or 600, especially if each 1 lot cost, when stopped out, loss-wise, $300. So why not have a $600 cushion before you start putting on 2 lots? And a $900 cushion before you start putting on 3 lots.
Yep.
Those are the base hits win ball games type of philosophy that I like to do.
So you're bumping up your size as your account grows, basically.
Yeah, go figure. That's
smart.
Kind of a risk management play. That's
best way to do it.
I've seen everybody do it. That does, and when I see it, I've seen every, not every. I've seen successful traders that are consistent. And pull money out of the markets. And I've been trading since '97, but I've been seeing traders since being in the prop firm around other traders.
Yep.
In the prop firm, and then being in the pits around other traders. So that's from 2002 to like 2010, and then starting Topstep in 2010. I see everything on the risk board that a prop firm that a brokerage firm would see, and you understand how the behaviors of these individuals will go in heavy and they'll blow it up.
Yep.
Or they'll go in light and they'll chip away. That's why Mick comes on here and tap a shoulder. And I really like this trader here because they play small ball. Small ball, chipping away, jabbing away at anything. Not looking for the home runs. I've seen be more successful than going for home runs.
Speaking of the home runs, let's touch on that real quick before I get out of here. Those home run trades, they happen, like 2 times a year, 3 times a year? You'll actually get a home run trade where the market just runs one direction and just never stops. Otherwise,
when you have size on, big size. I mean, I think home run trades happen throughout the week because if you size up, 1 lot, 2 lots, 3 lots. Now you got your count at 1,000, and you're seeing the markets really well. And then you put 3 or 4 on, and it rips, and you pick up a couple thousand,
yes.
3,000 in a day. If it's way above your daily average, you got to look at your daily average too. If you're not even averaging 0 a day, which if you're I remember this. I was averaging minus like a couple hundred a day, and I just wanted to get back to zero average. And then after zero, I wanted to get to a couple hundred average on the high side. And then I was averaging like 1,600 a day when I was kind of in my sweet spot of trading. And that was one of my best trading years too. And yeah, but there's home runs that happen. There's grand slams that happen, but you got to load the bases for a grand slam to happen.
For sure. The market's got to give you, the market's got to give you the movement, the volatility to get that, get the market's got to run for hit a grand slam. If you don't got that, then
You also got to remember, if you load the bases up, every base hit's going to score a run. I mean, you don't have to be swinging for the fence. All those small profits will add up. Well, hey, we're scoring runs every time we get a small profit.
Right?
We're long now.
I knew it. I knew you would be. Do you feel?
Yeah, it came and got my bid.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a great trade location. I mean, I'm a little concerned my stop is where we really should get in, but we're going to see what happens.
Okay.
Stops at 54.44. We're long. Where 46 half.
I like it.
46 even, actually. No, 46 half is right.
I do like this.
We'll see what happens.
I do like
I got a couple of things. We've been traders for a long time. I mean, the days of my 50 and 30 lot trades are over. They're behind me. I don't have to do that. I don't have to work that hard anymore. And aside from that, I mean, this is really my first foray of public trading. So I've found that it has made a difference in my decision-making process that I'm working my way of getting my head around, and it may take a little bit of time, but I'm a 1 to 4 lot trader most of the time these days.
All right. Well, guys, listen up. We're almost half past the monkey right now.
I lost all my screens.
And we just sort of disappeared there, but it was something new. Dre, appreciate you being with us. We're going to see you tomorrow.
You better believe it. Yeah, let's keep an eye on these markets, though. Yes, I'll see you guys tomorrow. That was fun.
Let's do
All
it.
right. Thanks, Dre, man. All right. Coming up next here, we've got Stat Guy. Robert's going to be with us, and we will be right back here.
Yeah, give me one moment while Hoag finds his screens here.
Okay.
Yeah,
we have lost screens into the abyss.
I'll throw Michael's
all of a
up
sudden,
real
my
quick.
screens just shut down. I didn't have any.
Well, I'm glad you just had the YouTube control room behind it. You don't want
Ooh, did you?
Hey, just a reminder, we're a little light on the likes today. I wonder why.
It's quite a day.
Yeah, it's a quiet day, and our friends aren't liking it here. So,
Well, they need to start smashing something.
how
Maybe they're
about
smashing-
nicely touching that? Maybe we go the opposite here, since we're not having a good day. Let's get the likes. I mean, if you're here and you're listening and you're learning something, we appreciate it, because the algos sort of help us. The more the merrier. So we just broke 400.
Okay, Jack.
No Brazilian reviews. 1,000 like Michael, Eddie, and Hoag shaved their faces. No, that's not going to happen. 420. My number on the likes right now.
Well, shave our beards or shave our face? Jesus.
Shave our feet. We've got feet of hobbits.
Yeah.
So Torres says, was it Mohawk? I hope you're not talking about me to shave a mohawk into his beard. Okay, because the top of my head, I wish I had hair for a mohawk. I don't. So, okay.
Yeah, I'll bring Lacey on for 500 likes.
There you go, 500
Have
likes.
it-
Pretty girl.
Have her sit in your seat the whole time
The whole time you do an interview,
with the headphones on.
with the
and
headset,
You're on another mic.
putting on trades.
I would have to tie her down, because there's no way she's going to do that for long.
I like the 55-ish down here on a pullback. I still like Johnny. I still like the long. You're long.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still like this long look.
Yeah, I mean, we're still piling in negative delta, and the market's unable to move lower. It's the only reason we're in this long. You know, it's terrible trade location in the daytime frame. It may not be that bad by the end of the day, and it's very low risk. So that's the reason. I mean, I'm viewing it as a relatively cheap trade, and you know, with that negative delta, which again I don't really pay that much attention to during rollover, but this is a little stark, so we're giving it a shot.
Yeah, I see a lot of people are long right now too. Not on the tilt. Not on the tilt. Sorry, guys, it's not. But I'm just seeing people talk like that. I am long from 666 quarter. When you were talking, John, I kind of liked. I was looking at 57s and 55s, and I'm like, okay, my stop is really 50s if I put it on right around here. So I'm like, okay, you know, I'm willing to make that play. It's dancing around here right now.
All right, let me take a quick gander if I can find it. There it is. So
Gander.
Last I checked, you had delta divergence in the NASDAQ. Delta's about even today. This is the NASDAQ. Well, you've got a double distribution. You've got time and volume here, no time and volume here, time and volume here. So your risk is really just to close these single TPOs.
Yeah. Here's where they try to press on this downside, try to get the last of the long squeezed out. You know how when they just do these little violent moves right around the edges of when it turns, squeeze out all the weak ones. They go ha ha ha.
That's what it is too. I mean, they're just getting the weak ones out, and then it'll go.
Yep.
All right, guys. Guess what we've got next? We got the stat guy. We got Robert ready, and we've got our intern getting him ready here right now. I think he is sitting down. And she's just applying some makeup real quick. And so we all look nice and healthy. Powder room. Makeup! So we got Robert coming up here. Just a few. Good morning, Professor.
Good morning. I see a couple of longs on the screen. Good morning, Michael. Good morning, Ho. Good morning, Eddie.
Good morning.
They got positions on right now, deep into the day, too.
They do. Well, deep in the day for them, for sure. Yeah, I know they like to get those mornings. So good for sticking with it as it keeps going there. Today's session, I tend to talk fast. I'm not going to talk as fast today, but of course, the day I choose to slow it down, I'm short on time. So we're just going to get right to it. Give you a couple of things to digest and move on with the trading. The community stats we always start off with. Jeff S. is an XFA trader. He completed his 10th winning streak. The 11-day winning streak yesterday was lost, unfortunately, but it's okay. We look for profits and wins. It's not necessarily the streaks, but it's always good to have. So congratulations to Jeff there.
11-day streak?
Yeah, the 11-day streak was yesterday. Was ended. That was Rick J. It ended yesterday. But there was a new one waiting in the wings. Jeff S. Today is his 10th straight winning day.
All right. Now, we need that winning leaderboard.
It's in the works. Promise you that. Promise you that. This week we're getting all that stuff together and help you all be ready for next week.
Banger. All right, great.
100%. Moving into the individual trader stats, because we want to get right into these now. Yesterday we had a couple of our partners jumping into the chat, and one of them was Mr. Patrick Hoagland. And he is at the bottom of the list. I have him on the top of my screen, so we'll start with him anyway. He's at the bottom of the grid that you're looking at. He took 13 trades, calling him out now, right? 13 trades, zero losses. Zero losses.
Yeah, Patrick.
Way to go. Day P&L 3274. That's 3,274. This is in express funded account, just like all of these individual trader stats that I put up here. Winning trade was $252, and his trade duration was 1 minute and 17 seconds for the average trade duration. So that guy, he's in, he's out, and he's goodbye, gone. 13 wins, no losses. Congratulations.
I mean, yeah, you can pick that up no problem on a 1 minute hold for an average winner of $250. Because I mean, a 15 handle move is $300. And if it moves 15 handles pretty damn quickly, so that makes sense.
Yep, and he's trading NQ for clarity there, and we'll get that information will be up on the screen also, putting the graphics together for you. We'll go moving up in this list here. Nicholas T. Nicholas T. took 20 trades, and his average winning trade was 523. And what's interesting with Nicholas, his average losing was 837. So he is losing. Our average losing trade amount is higher than his winning, but what keeps him in the plus column, he has a very high win rate of 75% win rate. So when you have those high win rates, you can kind of skew those numbers. I know Hoag doesn't like to hear that. He's big on that win-loss ratio. This is my type of guy, though. I'm right in the same boat. If I'm winning 70% or less, I'm actually losing money. Sometimes it's the way that it works. Moving on to Anthony, he actually has a better win rate. It's 87%, and he needs it because his losses are significantly bigger than his wins. It's a minus 0.5 win-loss ratio. So, got to be careful with that one there. Average losing trade, 2,700. Average winning, 1,315. But it doesn't make too much difference for Anthony. He closed the day at $11,500 P&L, trading ES 15 trades. I think one comment on Anthony, I think what he can do is cut his losers off a little bit sooner. We see his winning trade duration up there as 20 minutes and his losing trade of 2 hours, 27 minutes. So I think if he can just get out of those a little bit sooner, he can still bring that win rate up even more and cut those losers off even sooner. He'll be in a better position. Not knocking it. The guy's up $11,500 in his express funded account. He's killing it. So not a bad deal right there.
Nice.
Okay, last two. We got two little ones here with everyone's favorite stat. The number of traders who passed through funded yesterday, 251. That brings us to 971 for the week. Last week was 1198. We're getting close. We need to account for today and account for tomorrow. We'll definitely be breaking that number.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I know Roll right now has a lot of folks sitting on the sidelines. It's a little more quiet of a week, which I want to commend all those. If you're tuning in, great. If you're not tuning in, then the lesson here is sitting on the sidelines. Don't trade. Go take a break. Don't sign up for Topstep. Don't sign up for anybody. Don't just get away. That's a Roll. I just got stopped out. That's why I took vacations on rolls. 51s right here, right now. That's why I would always take vacation on a roll. A lot of folks took time off. We have a lot of traders in here that trade like I would say veterans that have been in the markets for a long time, so they know that this is not the greatest week for it.
Yeah, I agree with that. Statistically speaking, that is, and it does all depend on how you trade, right? As well. So if you're a long holder like that, not long position direction, but if you're going to hold it a long time, you're going to have a lot of that fluctuation moving around. So you definitely need to leave more room on these contract rollover days and weeks for sure. Great. One more little graphic we got for you. I put this together. This was a focus. I'm going to move my screen out of the way here. It looks more complicated than it is, but I really wanted to focus on the losing traders accounts for last week. So not last week, last month. I pulled up all of August, and I wanted to compare the losing traders for each one of the accounts, okay? So if we look at the top section there, the entire month, traders had a losing P&L separated out by Combine, Express Funded, and Live Funded. There's not that big of a difference. When you take all the traders, throw them into a pile, and bring that information out, run the stats on it for the entire month, it's not that big. The interesting one that I found is that the live funded, the drop was actually the highest for the month of August. The live funded accounts had let's call it the worst losing trades, right? That said, we move to the bottom section. we're looking at the winning P&Ls, the traders with the winning P&Ls at the end of the month. Now, if you look at this one, you can see the live funded made the best amount percentage increase. Okay. Now, the difference between those, if we go quickly to the top, we see the express funded 118 to 121. It's only what, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1. That's 5% difference. There's a 5% difference between the top two. However, there's a 17% difference going the positive side, right? So that's a net 12% if we look at that. Point in the story is, even though the losing traders of the live funded were the most, they lost more than the combine, they lost more than the express funded, overall as a percentage drop. However, when their winnings are almost 3 times more than the combine in the express funded account. That is where it lies. Yep, that is where it is. We always talk about keeping your winners and losers different. I wanted to put this graphic up here. If you see it on YouTube, take a screenshot of it. If you want it, I'll post it in the group for sure, into Discord or whatnot. It's important to see that. What's really surprised me on this, guys and gals and traders, is how close everything is over the course of time. We can look at yesterday and there's all completely skewed, but over the course of time, it's relatively close. And that's what really surprised me. And I as I was doing these numbers, I did them 3 times. I'm like, wow, I actually had somebody else take a look at them for me. I said, am I doing math wrong here? And no, that's just the way it is over time. The averages get closer and closer and closer. And we love to see this. If you're losing, keep the losers down. If you're winning, keep those winners 2 or 3 times higher. You'll be good to go.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, Robert, thank you very much for being with us. Before you go, I got a number for you. How about this? Who likes cheese? I think we all eat cheese, right?
Yes.
Well, France eats the most cheese of any country, averaging 43.6 pounds per person per year. That is a lot of cheese.
It is. It is. You know, at Squawk Radio yesterday, you were talking about having all that fiber. Those guys are going to need it.
Fiber. Hey, Robert, thanks, man. We'll catch you back here tomorrow. Go do your math, okay?
Absolutely.
Thanks, Robert.
Coaching coming up. Take care, Russ.
All right, peace, man.
God, there's that sell-off right now. Hug.
Yep.
We're out. We're out.
Johnny's got out.
Got us on the. Got me on the up. Got me on the down. That's why I don't. This is why I don't trade the rule.
Yeah. I mean, we had delta negative almost 10,000 in the S&Ps. I still think there's a good long in here somewhere, but it's really early for a delta divergence to really squeeze the short time frame that much.
Yeah.
What we kind of should have and I thought about. And that's why this risk was so small on this trade. Was this is excess at the high here. We closed the gap, looks like to the tick, and we didn't really hold up there that much. There was a pretty good effort to continue this move to the upside. It just didn't play. Very small loss. We'll look for the next opportunity.
Yes.
Cool.
Yes.
All right, boys. Hey, we've got top quiz coming up here, top of the hour. I know that the link has been posted. We're going to get that going here. But don't forget, right after that, 11 a.m. Central, we've got a new segment called Power Players, and we're going to have our guest, Jesse Casper-Rogers, dropping in, talking with Michael about the key differences between Forex and futures. So as you can see, there is the code. You know what to do. Yesterday, I think we had over 200 plus people participating. We're going to be giving away a 150K account, 100K and 50K trading combine.
And we're going to give away 2 random ones like I did yesterday.
Oh, you got that down. Okay, cool.
I do, and I will do the drawing live at the beginning. I don't want to encroach on Casper's time, so I'll do it at the beginning of group coaching at noon if you guys want to see that.
And you got Alyssa with you today.
I do. Alyssa will be joining.
Nice.
So if it's your first time, go to kahoot.it, put in that game pin, or click the links that I've been peppering throughout the YouTube conversation.
I'm ready to sneeze.
I'm looking forward to hearing from Casper. I had the opportunity to speak to him before. Very nice guy, very smart guy. It's going to be a good interview.
Cool.
Yes, sir.
All right. Gentlemen, thank you very much for being with us here. Michael, we'll see you in a little bit. John, we'll catch you back here again. Great day. And remember, hey, folks, we come here, we try to do the best we can. Markets weren't where our friends today. I would have been smoked. Looking to different direction in Crude. But hey, we're here for you, and I'm glad that you're here with us.
Yeah,
so
I'm glad
smash
to be
that
here.
like button.
Smash the like button. I'm glad everybody shared their trades today. I didn't see a ton of folks saying I crushed it today. So that's why it's always good to talk out trades too. But if you did have a great trading day, please put it in there. I know some folks got funded today, so that's awesome. Clearly, if you got funded today, you're a better trader today than I was. So glad to see you at the funded level, because that's the mission I had of finding good traders that were actually better than me. So there you go. So I appreciate being on here with you guys. I'm going to be back on with Casper, and please join us here in right after Top Quiz.
And right after that, don't forget, we got group coaching with Coach Jay.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Top Quiz for Thursday, September 14th. The year is 2023. It took me a second there. Alyssa, you're back in the saddle today. How you feeling?
Okay. I'm feeling pretty good. I'm feeling better than Tuesday.
Okay, cool.
That's gonna be a good one.
Yeah, Tuesday I was harangued for making them too hard. I think they're a little bit easier now, but come on, there's a lot of you. I gotta ask some tough questions. Separate the belligerents and NTs and Packers fans from the rest. All right. So we'll remember, if you don't get in today, we'll be here tomorrow. So I gotta cut it off at some point. But before I do, reminder, 8 questions, multiple choice. Answer them right, answer them fast, you get more points. Top 3 win 150, 150K combine. But Alyssa, now we're also giving away to 2 people, random, who answer at least one question right. I do that so people don't just enter in a bunch of emails. I'll announce at the beginning of group coaching at noon because I don't want to take Casper's time. He's been very nice to join us. And most importantly, if you're new to this, look at your device because there's an 8-second delay here of us playing along. I say that now so you know very shortly you will see that question popping up because we're about to get started. Are you ready, Alyssa?
I'm ready, Jack. Let's do it.
All right. Who's the last person in? PW? Do I wait for one more? No, I think... Oh, Joe Poos and Diamond Hands and Dog. Oh, I'm so glad that we let Joe Poos in. That's important. All right. Here we go. Glad Joe Poos. Best of luck. Okay. Question number 1. I always say that and there's this delay. Okay. First question. In what year did the CME Group introduce the E-mini S&P 500 future, the ES that you all love so much? Was it 1994, 1997, 2000, or 2003?
They're all so close together. I think I'm going to go 2000.
That would be close. The correct answer is 1997.
Shoot.
All right. I have to put them kind of close. This was as close as I could make them without being like years next to each other because people probably have a rough idea of when it is. It'd be pretty obvious. It was like 1856. Yes, yesterday, you know. All right. Andres. Knew that right away. See, I know with an answer like that, well, there's probably not Googling because they clicked it right away. All right. Next question. This hot new sport recently drew thousands of spectators to St. Michael's, Maryland. Was it competitive boat docking, professional mutton busting, trash can racing, or the thumb wrestling circuit?
Stop. These are all so good. I feel like it's competitive boat docking.
You are correct. There was an article in the Times about that today. Are you familiar with mutton busting?
No.
Okay, I got to talk about what this is, right?
Please,
so
please do.
My grandfather used, and I think they do this at a lot of rodeos. My grandfather used to live in Wyoming, and we go out there for the summers and go to the Du Bois, Wyoming rodeo. And really the highlight of the night is mutton busting. And what it is like bull riding, all right? Except the contestants are small children, and the bull is a sheep. So they get the kids in the helmets, and then they have to stay on a sheep that they let out. And whoever stays on the longest. Go look up mutton busting. It is truly a great sport. Let me check the comments here. All right. No disasters yet. No one negging me. Let's go.
No, I think you can call what you just described a disaster.
Exactly. All right. There's your leaderboard. Going to question 3. Which of these musical acts has not won a Grammy for Album of the Year? Is it the Arcade Fire, Adele, Kanye West, or Daft Punk?
I'm picking Kanye West. You know, That's what I'm gonna go with.
Okay. Final answer. You are correct.
Yep.
And yes, all the 3 other acts won. Something tells me that Kanye is probably not going to win one, so this will probably remain a permanent stat.
You said it, not me.
Well, best of luck for him. Okay. Scoreboard. After that, we have Amp Mo. You're too young. Do you remember Nickelodeon Guts?
No.
Oh man, it was this athletic show, and the referee was named Mo, and they'd be like, Mo. Anyway, Legend Lizard 39, Baba Booey, Edvin. 4th question. Which state has produced the most U.S. presidents? Is it New York, Virginia, Ohio, or Massachusetts?
Oh, I don't know. I don't like the word produced either here. I don't know.
They were born there.
Yeah.
Or from there.
That's in well with me. I'm going to go Ohio.
Ohio is close, but it is Virginia. Was kind of Virginia was a big state back in the day, and they kind of racked up a bunch of numbers back when they were kind of the most people. So,
it makes sense.
Yeah. All right. After that, Mo, Baba Booey, and BT, Go Team, and Relix up there. All right. Tough round. 4 players lost their streak.
Oh yeah.
Thoughts and
I
prayers.
was one of them.
Oh, you were. But you're doing well so far. This is good. And once again, I applaud you stepping up and answering these ridiculous questions.
Oh, anytime.
All right. I do hear in the comments that these are a little bit easier. Well, thank you. I will coddle you. Winning 5 times, who holds the record for the most World's Strongest Man titles? Here, I had to say his names. Magnus Vermagnuson, Halfbor, the Mountain from Game of Thrones, Brian Shaw, or I'm not even going to try. A, B, C, or D?
I'm going to go blue.
Blue, you picked. That's the Mountain from Game of Thrones. He has won one title, but it is the Polish 5-time champion.
Yeah.
Maurice's, I'm going to call him Puds. I hope he likes it because he can certainly kick my ass.
You gotta watch what you're saying out here, Jack.
I don't want to start battles with any of those folks. Relix is on top. Balkaka, Mo, belligerent Baba Booey. All right, got a few more questions left here. Question 6. In what year did the CME discontinue the big S&P future, the SP? That was a contract 5 times larger than the E-mini. Was it 15, 18, 21, or 23?
I'm going to go 18.
That is so close.
No.
It was 2021. I'm looking this up again because a lot of people chose A. What year did CME this is riveting television.
Yeah, I was pretty sure I could knock out 2023, but the rest of them were pretty up in the air for me.
Yeah, I'm seeing it as 2021, so I guess the crowd's not always right. I'll have to listen to it here in the... Okay, it is 21. In the trade. Thank you for backing me up. Nice. Let's see the scores. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Here's the button I want. Let's see what we got. Dan Trader, Relix, and Bashy.
There you go.
All right. Let's go. Finders Keepers is a 2015 documentary in which a man tries to reclaim what that he lost in a public storage auction. His Tom Brady rookie card, his mummified leg, his Ford Model T, or his unfinished novel.
The way that I haven't seen this, so I'm gonna go Rookie card.
Do you think that I made up the option that it was his mummified leg?
Yes. Yeah, I did.
If you get a chance to see this documentary, it's friggin' wild. The guy left his mummified leg like in something in a storage garage that he then didn't pay for, so it got auctioned off, and then a guy was keeping his leg.
Wait, was it in like a grill or something, or is that
yes, it was in a grill.
Oh my gosh, no, I should have gotten that right. Well, there you go.
All right, with one round left, we got Relix, Dan Trader, and Bashy, Boca and Mo, and then remember we'll have 2 random winners as well. Last question. During Fast Markets today, MP was wearing a hat from his friend's what company? Was it trucking, consulting, cannabis, or landscaping?
Oh, I don't know. I was watching, but I had it on behind me. MP, is that a cannabis hat that you're wearing?
It sure is.
That's what I thought.
Totally understandable, by the way, Alyssa, because, you're a front-end developer. You have other things to do. All right, let's see who won, and then we'll get to MP's interview with Casper shortly. The winners today are in third, Bao Kaka. In second, Bashy. And in first, is it Jim Poos or whatever it was? No, it is Relix with 2 X's.
There you go.
Hey, congratulations, everyone. We are going to pick 2 random winners of a 50K Combine. I'll email the winners of this. We'll draw at the beginning of group coaching right now. Thank you, Alyssa.
Thank you, Jack. Always a pleasure.
You did great today. And
Thank you.
So we're going to take a quick coffee break. I'm going to get Casper set up here, and then we're going to talk about the differences between futures and Forex. And I am going to set this up right about now. See you in a few minutes.
Bye.
What is up, everybody? This is Power Players, and on our first session of Power Players, we have Jesse Casper Rogers. And Jesse is he's the man that knows a lot about Forex to futures. He trades Forex. He's also a great futures trader. He's a Topstep partner. He's got a great community. We're going to drop his community link into our chats right now so everybody can see that. Casper, I like how you talk about the markets. I like watching you. I think you're out of Tennessee. Is that true?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
All right, cool. And and today we're just going to talk about, and I'm a sponge on the wall here, and I'm just trying to get an understanding of how a Forex trader would go from Forex to futures. What's similar? What's the benefits? And Topstep has Forex futures contracts, and some of these contracts move similar to the pairs. Now I'm going to ask you questions too, and I'm going to take questions from chat. That's really trying to get an idea of how we can all understand how a future or Forex trader could move to futures. Because I believe, and I'm going to ask you that question right after this, that futures is one of the best asset classes to trade. Do you agree or disagree, or do you have a combo, a love relationship with two?
Yeah, for day trading, I definitely agree. I'd say 90% of my day trading is done via futures. I'm an indices trader, so futures has a lot of benefits over Forex in terms of trading indices. And, like you said, I trade Forex and I even trade crypto, man. I'm in the Wild West. So the way that I look at those is, in my opinion, they're something you want to reserve for like higher time frame setups, while the the index futures market is something that there is going to be a lot of opportunities nearly every day using the lower time frames. There's a lot more precision, and you're able to kind of dissect the market a little more, if you will.
Okay, cool. Well, I'm glad we are of the same path on the futures, and you are a Wild West trader in the crypto world. So I my heart goes out to you.
Right. Lately, it's been just stagnant.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of stuff kind of has been. We were talking about futures in the roll right now, but even in general, the markets are fairly quiet. But we're coming up to October. October is always in November, usually pretty crazy and volatile. So that'll be exciting to get going. But let's get going with this. The goal here again is to help anybody who's a Forex trader know how easy it is to move the futures, and what you can do on the futures side, and the benefits of futures versus the benefits, pros and cons. How about this? Pros and cons of both. And all that kind of good stuff. So even if you're not an FX trader, hopefully you learn a little bit about FX. I know I am. I know nothing about FX except, we'll get into it.
Yeah. So, I mean, first, I'll start with the first part is basically, transitioning from Forex to futures. And I think that a lot of people overthink it in the sense that it's actually not that hard. And I've seen a lot of complicated ways of explaining it, but the way that I will explain it is it's all about how many, the main differences are going to be your spreads, they're going to be your position sizing. Those are, and then we have contract rollover, volatility near expiration. But to be honest, those are things you should worry about even trading Forex too, because they just affect the whole market. In the terms of spreads, so the way that spreads work in futures is going to be a lot more consistent and a lot smaller spreads than you get with Forex because there's one centralized data feed. With Forex, you're trading more of a decentralized market, so to speak. And with a lot of Forex brokers, they're actually even more decentralized because they're not even regulated. But even the regulated brokers are trading different in terms of whether the way they calculate spreads are due to the broker itself and also liquidity. So whenever you have and then also there's different impacts like the time of day. Like anybody who trades Forex knows 4:30ish to 5 p.m. all the way up to 6. The spreads get really crazy. And then of course index markets are closed or futures markets are closed. I mean, but people that trade Euro USD coming to trading futures, you're not going to see much of a difference because Euro USD has either raw or zero or raw or low spreads. And then with futures, usually it's around a single tick. Of course, just the similar issues that you watch out for trading FX, you watch out for trading futures, like really thin books right before a massive news drop. You don't want to be in the market, trying to get in the market as CPI is coming out because you're probably not. It's not even the spread you're worrying about; it's just the fill you're worrying about. So similar stuff there. Now going on to the next big difference, which is position sizing. And this is when everybody overthinks, I think, and they contracts versus lot size. This is the easiest way that I transitioned. Basically, when you're trading CFDs, which are what you're trading on Forex brokers, you're trading based on your contract size. So for example, most brokers have a contract size of 1 for most indexes, meaning if you're on NOS 100 and you open a 1 lot, 1.00 standard lot, then you have $1 per risk per point that the NASDAQ moves, right? So if you're trading futures on the NASDAQ and you're trading NQ, right, that is $20 per point at risk. So you're basically trading a 20 lot for every single contract you risk or that you put on trading NQ. Now, if that's too much risk, you can trade micros, which are 1/10 of that, which is $2 per point. Your P&L actually moves per tick, which is 25 cents. And you could just divide that by 4. I just go by point. I'm not really worried about ticks as much as I just know how many points there are. And that's a very easy way to calculate risk. In Forex, you have to say, okay, well, we're, 20 points away. I have this size account. I have to, a lot of people use position size calculators for Forex. To be honest, I think it's a waste of time. I don't think it's practical if you're day trading because you have to spend a lot of time. But with futures, it's really easy. ES, for those of you who are trading, US 500, assuming your contract size is 1, meaning you have $1 risk per point that the S&P 500 moves, just look at opening an ES contract like a 50 lot. And again, micros are just 1/10 the size, right? So the whenever you're trading futures, your leverage is the same. It's just one NQ or one ES or one YM contract is worth the same amount of P&L per point that it moves. So it's just one leverage. It's all consistent. With Forex, you have to really check, okay, like what contract size, because some, most have transitioned to a contract size of 1. Some still have 10 for certain. Some of them will have a different contract size for ES compared to NASDAQ. And it can get confusing, but it's something you definitely need to know. But as far as transitioning, that was the way that I do it. I think that indices are very easy because you just have a dollar per point risk. You know exactly how much money am I risking per trade. Okay, how many points away is my stop loss? Okay, boom. It's easy math at that point. So another benefit is whenever you're trading CFDs on, Forex brokers, like trading indexes, like US 500 or NOS 100 or US 30, which is, ES, NQ, YM, your spreads are usually much higher than you would have in a one tick. I mean, somebody please try to find me a Forex broker where you have a one tick, 25-cent spread. It's not there. Usually it's a little bit more than twice that. So if you're trading the lower time frames, that can definitely add up over time. And then, those are the main transition things to think about when you're transitioning. Now, in terms of what to trade or coming from Forex, coming into indices or trying to get into futures, like you said, there are futures contracts for Forex pairs. A lot of people who trade Forex actually look at those contracts on like a daily time frame to kind of help with bias. Like if there's a big gap on 6E, which is the Euro futures, that can be taken into account whenever you're trading Euro USD or any Euro pair if you're using relative strength. But my advice to people, man, is really if you're trading anything, at the end of the day, especially the way I trade, price action is price action, right? If we're trading in markets that have a lot of volume and they are uniform markets, like major markets, most of the time, the main things you're going to have to just be aware of are really the instrument differences. It's not like you have to learn some entire new strategy. I've heard a lot of people say, oh, well, that strategy works really well here. It doesn't work here. I don't necessarily subscribe to that or agree with that. I think that at the end of the day, you just need to know the times of day you're trading, the times of day that assets are going to move, and also understand the actual instrument you're trading.
So Casper, what's similar and easy to make the transition is if I go from if I'm a euro dollar pair to want to move into futures, that's a 6E, right? Would that
6E,
be? They move how similar?
Similar, but it is different. Like if you take a Euro trader and bring them into trading 6E, it's going to be different for sure.
It's going to be what?
It's going to be different for sure in small ways. I would, at the end of the day, a lot of people that go from Forex into trading futures, especially recently, people are just starting to trade indexes more. I traded Euro this week. I can tell you it was not as nearly as good as trading indexes. You know what I mean? So I would say for people that are trading Forex to come into futures, I would say consider trading futures, index futures. Another thing that a lot of people trade, one of the most popular traded assets is gold. And if you want to trade GC, which is the gold futures, those are going to be more of a seamless transition from, trading Forex gold to trading GC. That would be an easier transition than going from like Euro to 6E. I'm not to say going from Euro USD to 6E is hard, but there is a little bit more difference in price action that I'll notice. I wouldn't trade the lower time frames with that. I would just stick to like a 15-minute and up. Personally, I've never traded it. I just haven't. But that's again because I don't really focus on trading currencies as much. That's more of like currencies are kind of like my swing trading side. I look at it like if trading is my business, right? It's kind of like my little side hustle or like my supplemental income that the business is bringing in. You know what I mean? Like my main product is going to always be indexes.
Okay, so this is making some sense. So if I'm a FX trader, the transition you really recommend is going from is it
Euro.
NAS 100 or what is it, US 100?
Yeah, it's both. Some brokers will call it NAS 100. Some will call it US 100.
So then to go over from there to go over to futures is pretty. Those move the same. They have to be, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
well, you're going to get clear price action trading futures. Like for example, the majority of the traders that I know that are on Forex brokers, they use the futures feeds because that's it's. And again, when you're trading CFDs, it's just a derivative of the futures contract. It's that's where your data is coming from. So it's best to just get the water straight from the well.
So the real, and just so everybody knows, the Dow, the Nasdaq, the S&P, like those brands, those copyrights, those are owned by the CME. Like, so nobody can use those names. That's why you're going to get these brokers making up NAS or US 100. Again, trade with real products on real exchanges. So your broker's a guy like you and me that just popped up a brokerage company, said, I'm going to spread it like this. I'm going to charge. Go with companies that are regulated. That's me. And that's why I've been a futures trader so long. That's why I haven't really gravitated towards FX because it's just a different world, different liquidity. And it doesn't have an exchange that you can go put orders directly into that's regulated. And everybody's seeing the same markets and the same thing. So that to me is the big pro. Now name me a couple of the top. Topstep has S&P, Nasdaq, gold, and crude oil are the top 4. If you're trading those over in the CFD FX world, they have those, right? And then the names of those are, and please guys share in the chat what the names of those are. Like this equals this in futures. So what are they name wise?
It'll be like US oil. Sometimes they'll do like WTI oil. I've even seen that, but I think that one's actually a little different. Okay. But US oil is the primary one that is going to be on the CFD side.
Okay, cool. And then I know in chat we have Topstep's permitted products, so you guys will be able to look at that and see what FX futures products you can actually trade here at Topstep. So. All right, so what's the top 5 or 3 on the FX world?
I would say Euro USD, gold, and it's a tough one for the next one because I'm a little biased. I hate USD JPY. I hate that pair so much, but I see people trading. I would say Euro USD, GBP USD, and gold, XAU USD. Those are most likely the 3 top. But then there's some others that I'm probably just being biased. That's my top 3, right? You know what I mean? That's what I see people trading the most. I know Euro USD is the most traded, and gold is a close second. So that third one is cool.
So there you go. It's pretty similar to what's trading at Topstep. So there's similarities. There's similarities in moving. If you go to the indexes, platforms. Okay, let's talk about platforms. It seems like everybody and their sister has MT4 or 5. Is there any really other great platform in the FX world? And then if you could say that one, and then also how that transition is to go from an FX platform to a futures platform.
So there's CTrader. It's not nearly as popular. A lot of I've never actually used it. I've seen demo of it or videos of it, so to speak. It looks okay. There's a new one that's called like Trade Stage, or I can't remember. I'm stupid. That's Trade Trade Locker is the other one. But I think it has like a lot of problems. But mainly it's MetaTrader. Yeah, I heard it's like awful. But the main difference, man. I mean, really, like I don't know. I'm a big believer in like simplifying everything. That's like kind of my whole brand is built on. I think people always overcomplicate. Like if you can trade MT4, you can easily swap to any other. Any other platform. I don't know. I think that those small differences, it's really just, do you understand the core fundamentals? Because if you do, then everything else is just cosmetic. If you understand the core fundamentals, it's just pushing button. Like, where is the button that I need to push? you can familiarize yourself with that in 15 minutes or less. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like I've always said, going over to a buddy's house, and I'm a PlayStation controller, and then you're an Xbox guy, and you want to play the same game I've played, Madden football or whatever. It's going to take me a little bit. You're going to have to tell me a couple, like hit that to that, that to that, that to that. And I'm like, okay. And after the first game where you beat me, the next game I actually feel like I can compete because I got the controller down. Trading platforms is kind of the same way in my history. So going from any of the ones that you mentioned over to futures, your charts are the charts, right? I mean, and your positions screen, your orders screen, and then it's like you got to get used to the lots, right? And how to and how that works. And would you say futures trading, again, going back to lot size, you're always going in with one lot, and one lot equals in the US 100, one lot. Well, actually, NASDAQ, one lot equals what in the US 100 size wise?
So 20 lot in US 100. If the contract size is 1, because the contract size is the kind of the variable there.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, the way that Forex quotes work, or CFD quotes are, if the contract size is 1, you're getting 1 of the asset, so to speak. Like you have 1 point per risk.
Yes.
That's the way I think about it. You know what I mean? So again, with NASDAQ, you have 20 points of risk per point, or per point that it moves. So it's a 20 lot, assuming you have a contract size of 1. It sounds complicated. I feel like it's kind of straightforward. That's the best way. That's the way my brain processes it,
No, it makes sense. It makes sense. So, all right, some questions that I'm seeing is it common to scalp Forex or ride the trends, which is kind of the things that you hear. This is all your experience. You're not saying it's, the holy grail of concrete fact. So,
yeah, I mean, I think that there's going to be a guy who's making millions of dollars scalping. There's going to be a guy who's losing everything scalping in all markets. The same thing with swing trading. There's the same thing with day trading. I mean, it's just, there is no, like, people in trading, I think they always look for like a black and white, you know what I mean? And at the end of the day, the markets are uncertain, right? It's going to always be like that. And there's going to be different scenarios and different possibilities everywhere. So my answer to that would be, you can. I personally don't, but that's, like you said, not to say that's the concrete way, Well,
what making money or not, what do you see more people talking about in your community, or just really in the FX community, about strategy wise?
I'd say like 5-minute entries. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. There's definitely some. I know some really good traders who trade on the 1 minute. I know some really good traders who trade on the 1 hour. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'd say the most profitable traders I know, except for one, I have one in mind. All of them trade on like 15-minute or up as far as entries go for FX. And then of course for futures, it's kind of hard to do that. Like futures, you need to get on those lower time frames, in my opinion, for me.
Well, lower time frames, like we watch 30-minute. And I watch 15 at times, but I moved it up to 30-minute, and then I watch 5-minute for entries. And I think it just kind of helps you get a little more sniper-like, but then also pulls you back enough that you get out of the noise. But as you're talking about some of these FX traders and their hold times, is really the same as Topstep. And those folks that tuned into Stat Guy, Robert the Stat Guy, he talked about hold times and durations and all that kind of stuff. So the durations were what you're talking about, Casper. So 15 minutes, you watch what? 15 minutes, right?
For
smaller
on Forex or on?
On futures.
Futures, to be honest, man, I started, like, I have a very good idea of where we're at on the weekly and the daily charts at all times. Obviously, I'm not watching them, but that's where I get my main like core levels from. And then I'll usually find 1 hour levels within those levels, and then use a 15-minute to kind of refine the 1 hour, so to speak. And then the 1 minute is where I'm spending like 80% of my time. So I'm pretty time-based trader. So a lot of it has to do with what kind of highs and lows are we above or are we under relative to when they were created. But I'm always looking at the levels from the high time frames, entries, and the low time frames. But I just watch the 1 minute. That's what I like. I have full screen 1 minute because I kind of did all my homework before that, so to speak. You know what I mean? Yeah. I call being at the satellite out in outer space. It's looking at planet Earth, and then it zooms in to the 30,000 foot view, zooms into the 10, zooms into your front porch, which is the 1 minute, and you get a really good perspective on that one. Okay.
Okay, so I see similarities in product. Moving over from an index and CFD to Forex to a futures, and actually regulated and traded on a public or on a exchange, and all that kind of good stuff. And then there's pros and cons again on getting the spreads and all that kind of. So really quickly on the spreads, they don't charge commissions, right? But they put the spread in there wide. And then when you enter a trade, can you work an offer, or how does that work?
They charge commissions for indexes usually. Sometimes they'll charge it for crypto. Sometimes they'll charge it. Most of them don't charge it for Forex anymore. They used to. Now it's kind of like the raw Euro USD and no commission. There's low commissions. But to the next question, yes, there is like an order book, so to speak. But it's all decentralized. So at the end of the day, as we've seen in common times, there's a lot of different possibilities that can happen on Forex platforms. You know what I mean? Yeah. And not to say that they always do happen. I'm sure I'd say most of the time it's not happening. But there are instances where there could be possible manipulation on the broker side. And with futures, you don't really worry about that because, like you said, you're kind of putting in the offer. It's going to a centralized feed that, it's the CME.
And going back to the remote control, if I'm playing PlayStation, you're playing Xbox, that's our trading platform, that's our remote control. But we play the same game. It's pretty much the exact same game on the future side of the business. So there's a bunch of other platforms, but we're really playing we're seeing the same thing. Nothing really changes for us. Of course, you have commissions at different brokerage firms or whatever that type of stuff. But okay, so guys that are running the charts, if we could also have a euro dollar pair on here as well, I assume we can get it. If not, Jack, you can let me know.
Yeah, I was going to show something real quick. Is like, just in case you're new to this, fairly basic, but here it takes me a second to move these things around. Here's a couple of charts Robert sent out of, doesn't really matter. They're small, you can't read them. One is the 6E hour chart, and one is the Euro USD, and you can see that they are doing the same thing.
Okay, so if I'm a Forex trader and I want to go to futures, or if I'm a futures and I give up on the coolest asset class to trade and go to Forex, looks like your transition's pretty easy as far as market movement and what you're watching. The other questions, and guys, if you have questions, I'll take them from the room. Inner Circle Traders in there talking. I love it. You guys are talking PlayStation and Xbox. Where's the Wii or whatever one they have coming out too, or not coming out too? Ones that I haven't played forever, but I will be buying for my kids in about a few years once they get old enough. Okay, so Casper, the main thing when you look at, if there was one thing that you could say that futures is better than Forex, what would that one thing be? Like high level, one thing.
Spreads and just consistency in quotes.
Spreads and consistency in quotes. Okay, cool. So moving from FX to Forex, have you traded FX futures at all?
I have not. I've traded gold futures minimally, but again, gold's one of those markets, man. It is, and in the words of ICT, who's watching, apparently fickle. I say that word all the time from watching all your content.
What word was that?
Fickle. But the gold is the definition of fickle. It is. There are times where it is very, very clean, right? And I've traded GC a couple times there, but that's the only. Really, I've never traded oil either on a futures contract, but it's just all NASDAQ. I'd say 80% of my trades are NASDAQ. Another 10 to 15% are ES, and then the rest is usually euro, dollar, pound. That's pretty much my bread and butter.
I mean,
some Bitcoin.
The top two is what I see pretty much every funded trader trading. Crude oil dances in there every now and then, and of course gold. But I'd say crude oil is fickle too. No, is crude oil fickle?
I'd say it's yeah, definitely. Crude, that's like, I mean, what's funny? I actually have a decent experience with oil when I do trade it, but it's always higher time frame stuff. Mm-hmm. I only have traded CFDs, but it's always like a 1 hour entry, using like a 4 hours my higher time frame. if you can spot sell models on it, like market maker sell models, then that's really the bread and butter with oil, in my opinion. And also, I think oil is a good kind of like a bias barometer at times for the stock market in general. You know what I mean? Just kind of going back to a macro analytical view. But other than that, I don't really use oil as much. I think that it's crazy to me that people, just the risk, man. Like the risk for like the big contracts is wild to me. It's not my cup of tea.
You got to buckle up for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, probably straightforward, easy question to answer. Do the indicators in the Forex world when you're trading, same indicators you use or different indicators you use in the futures world?
Zero indicators.
Here we go.
Me.
Here's a definition. ICT, if this is the correct definition you would define it as, let us know. But here's your fickle definition.
Yeah, for me, man, it's no indicators. Like I'm a big believer in that. I feel like indicators are more kind of like showing you what already happened, and you want to know what's happening right now. And at the end of the day, thanks to ICT, one thing I realized that all you really need is price action. I really am a big believer in using displacement. So just paying attention to where the market's getting manipulated, what highs and lows are taken, and then just watching the force that happens after that. Using time, like time is extreme. Like the biggest indicator for me, I guess, it's not an indicator, but it's time, right? You have to understand, and not only just when the best time to trade is, you have to understand where you're at relative to different defined ranges of time, their opening price. You have to understand where you're at based on, what kind of characteristics are likely to happen during that time of week, during that time of day. And it's all modular. You know what I mean? You have to kind of work backwards from the higher time frames. But at the end of the day, the only thing you need to make a lot of money is time and price. That's it. You don't need any indicators.
I'm right there with you because people were asking about that on my trading strategy. John talks about volume at price levels. I'm a big volume at price levels too because I have John who helps me dissect that. That's why we talk about it in the mornings. And I look for extremes when I like to fade extremes. I like to think the markets kind of get range bound quite a bit and fading extremes work. But I also look at the price action from the day before at that level and that types of help. I don't really do too much technical analysis because I think I can change my technical analysis for a 30-minute, for an hour, for a 5-minute, for a 50. And like you have to stick with something, but each one of those could tell you something a little bit different. This is a bear flag, but when you look at it from a higher time frame, it's not. It's this. So you got to stick with your time frame. And then there's like important levels. And you can understand that the trend is a trend just by looking at it, but I don't get too deep into that. I'm kind of around what you're talking about with price action and then also volume at price. Okay, so if there's any questions in there for do you challenge yourself? Are you loud? Okay, so I'm going to go to a couple more questions. Do you hedge trade at all? Forex trade, euro dollar, go opposite, dollar
No.
Canadian coin?
No, I don't believe in hedge. Like the only time I have hedged is with crypto, and that's whenever we're in big cycles and you have equity. I mean, there's a right and wrong way to hedge. In my opinion, if you're hedging on a day trading level, you just lack precision or lack confidence in what you're doing. If you're, does that make sense? Like if I'm like in a trade, you're almost like just guaranteeing you're going to either lose or break even. It's kind of like, I don't get it. I don't know.
And then you're fighting for that spread, that whatever the in between is. You're like, okay, if you're going to spend all that time trying to peg this market to go up, this market to go down, and you're picking up that middle range. I used to do spreads between months. The September and the December, like we're rolling right now. I'd be doing every now and then. I'd be short the SEP, long the DECE, and then make that because there's times where it widens up. But now I'm just playing the speculative game that I could do just by doing outrights, not hedging, and speculating that it's going to go wider. And then you have to leg out of both of those. So long story short, I don't think I'm with you on that one.
Yeah, it just comes from like, being afraid to lose. And I think that like 90% of people that don't do well in trading, it comes from either inhibitions or impulsiveness. And the majority of that is from either the fear of missing out or the fear of losing. And if you look at losing like it's like some end game, right? Like if you're hedging, if you're doing all this extra work just to make sure you, God forbid, don't take a loss, that's a more telling sign of like a deeper issue to me than just the bad strategy, or whether you win or whether you lose on that, specific.
So let's talk about leverage. Here in the States, what leverage is the maximum leverage? And are CFDs okay to trade? What leverage? Forex, which ones are they all okay to trade? What do we need to know rule wise? This may help everybody understand rule wise on anybody who plays in the FX world in the States. So what do you got for that?
Yeah, well, I think CFD is obviously, for most people, hopefully most people know this, are not permitted. Technically in the United States, there's a lot of gray area that gets allegedly crossed into, with the Forex market and different Forex businesses. But it's like, it's kind of the Wild West in a lot of terms. CFDs in general are just not allowed. Of course, there are Forex brokers that offer very low leverage that are allowed in the States, like Owanda is one. I think Forex.com as another, I think. Or is Owanda? I'm not even sure with that, but the majority of people who are trading, CFDs, or obviously if they're in the United States, are trading in some form of gray area.
So if you're trading CFDs, or if you're doing leverage over 50 to 1 here in the States, and you're working with a company in the States that offers that, that's a little, that could get a little questionable too. Or because I would think that Forex brokerages that you just named, Forex.com, if they're here, they're 50 to 1, right? Why don't they go 200 to 1 or 100 to 1?
Well, the regulated brokers that are here don't, but here's the thing. Most of the time people, they may think that, okay, maybe the front end of a company is operating in the United States, but the actual company you're dealing with when you're trading is not, right? If you're in a live setting, that's usually the nature of the structure of those kinds of things. But, the United States likes to make it really, they love to protect people, and make it really hard for people to make a lot of money with little money. But it also, it is good in some ways. But at the end of the day, if you're trading, if you're taking personal funds, like this is something I tell people a lot, because people ask me, like, what's your favorite Forex broker for personal funds? I don't do that. The personal funds that I trade go to futures because of the reasons you said, where it's regulated. Like, I'm not going to wake up one morning and like, oh, rug pull. You know what I mean? Because...
Yeah, do you remember FXCM blew out on the Swiss franc stuff that happened?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was in Australia and I remember that happened. And I was like, holy. And we were talking to FXCM as Topstep. Topstep's been around since 2010. And there's a lot of companies that popped up in the last couple of years. I don't completely agree with how they do their, how they 500 to 1, 200, whatever they do. That's FX world. I've never been in the FX world. I've never wanted to be in the FX world because that's just not me. But FXTM, I remember talking to them. They invited us out there to talk about what we were doing and kind of how they can get involved. But the risk management back end, without going into too much detail, was nothing that we would rely on. Hence, the Swiss franc debacle put them completely under, I believe. I know their stock went to like pennies, and then I don't know where they're at now. I don't follow that. But, okay, so Inner Circle Trader, ICT, 10 to 1. 10 to 1, you can make a killing with 10 to 1. And if you're 500 to 1, if you're 200 to 1, and all that kind of stuff, I get it. I get it. Trust me, I went through three $30,000 real money trading accounts. And then as I started getting each of those trading accounts down, I looked for things that I could leverage harder. I went to options. I went to penny stocks. Okay, I got a little money. I have less money now. How can I leverage this money more? That's why regulators, in my opinion, protect the average person, is because that little lure in my opinion, will lure anybody in. That's why if there's a company here in the States that's doing 200 to 1, it's not permitted.
And I mean...
So
sorry, it's like there's no way to actually use 200 to 1 unless you are just like straight, like if you're actually using that to where it says you have no more margin, like do you have to be liquidated like nearly instantly? I mean, either that or you're extremely up. But yeah, that's just a lot of that stuff's, like you said, just bait, like 200, 500 or like that's not like, I mean, Forex is different because of, with Forex, you need more leverage, but you don't need that much leverage. You know what I mean? Yeah. At the end of the day, if you have a good skill set, a lot of people look for outlying or outside factors to like kind of blame why they can't do things. And it's, I don't have enough leverage. I don't have enough this. I don't have enough that. At the end of the day, if you have the skill set, everything else comes with it. You know what I mean? All those other things are kind of just excessive stuff.
No, I hear you. What questions you guys got? I'll ask these questions if you have them. I'm going to look into our Discord. Jack, if you have any questions that you're seeing, I would definitely like to hear your line of sight.
Yeah, I'm still here lurking in the background.
You're always.
I did see. I was switching things around. I don't know if you touched on it, but I did see a question from ICT earlier that was, fellas, if you could describe your go-to model you employ for your day-to-day trades.
Yeah, so I'm usually starting out on the daily, all taught by you, ICT. So thank you for that. I started on the weekly. I don't really have to spend too much time there because I know where we're at. Just checking for overall the bias of the weekly candle, like which way I think that we're going to move on that weekly candle. Then break it down into the days. I want to know where we're at relative to, basically everything that I trade revolves around the power of three. It's something I'm not going to try to explain all right now, but in essence, accumulation, manipulation, distribution based on time. And once I understand my bias, once I'm clear on that, and once I'm very confident in what our higher time frame objectives are, then I just wait for the times of day I trade. I usually look for a 15-minute or a 1-hour high to be taken based on time. So I want to see either previous daily, previous weekly, previous session, previous quarter, high taken during session. And then I want to go down to the 1 minute, sometimes 5, but usually the 1 minute for a displacement. And I don't necessarily always wait for a retracement into like a fair value gap. I just look at it in terms like this morning, I took a short on NASDAQ right after the open. I think it was like 931, 932, did it live too with everybody. And it was just, I just executed on the close because the risk reward didn't really change. But in essence, I won't get too off track there. But that's the essence of my model, is just understanding where the weekly candle is moving, being very convicted in that. If I'm not convicted in it, I don't trade. And then waiting for days, ideally where there are red folder news, waiting till after the red folder news, and then waiting for the run on liquidity.
So basically, I think I share the same similar, but though I'm getting more and more familiar with kind of ICT's teaching too, which I think is really interesting. It feels similar. I've always been John Hoagland, who's on here in the morning. He's been like my professor of the markets, and of course, satellite out weekly, going down to daily, getting the trends of the weekly. It's something you already know pretty much what it is. It doesn't change as much as when you get down to your 30s and your 15s. But getting a trend, and then you talked about the bias. I get what's called a flexible bias, or strong opinions weekly held. And it allows me to stay flexible because I don't get married to any positions. I got married to my wife. That's about it. But I don't get married to positions. And that flexible bias kind of mindset helps me do that. How traders trade in the trading combine, how traders trade live and all that. Everyone has their own little method. I'm hearing more and more about ICT's method, which is awesome because you get really a good community there that's speaking a similar language. That doesn't mean everybody's crushing it, but everybody's understanding, and not everybody's doing one thing, crushing or losing. It's one of those businesses that sure, a lot of active traders will lose on this, but there's also a lot of folks that do very well and can change their lifestyle, improve their lifestyle. But again, you need to have a strategy. So I love hearing about your strategy. I love hearing about people talking about ICT strategy and all that kind of good stuff. Question. Hey, Casper, can you describe what liquidity means to you?
So the idea of liquidity on an analysis, from an analysis standpoint, in layman's terms, are where stop losses are at, where stops are likely to be. This can, it's subjective, I guess, to some people, because obviously the term of liquidity is just where there is liquidity in the market, where there are buyers or sellers. But in an analysis perspective, we're just looking at it, where is that likely to be, right? Because that's what we're going to frame our trades around. Because there's an old saying, I don't know who actually came up with it, but no raid, no trade. No raid on liquidity means like no, if there is no run on stop, so to speak, then you really shouldn't be trading. Rather, if you're not framing it around that, you're up. I mean, I'm not saying, I shouldn't say that, because there are strategies that, work. There's no one, way to do things. And even with ICT is like a language, right? It's not even just like, because if somebody say, do you trade ICT? Well, that's going to be different for one person. Like I know many ICT traders that I talk to on a daily basis that we trade differently, but we all read price. Does that make sense? You know what I mean? It's just a way to teach, like what ICT has done basically is just teaches you how to read price and gives you a plethora of different, models or entries or whatever you want to look at it. But you're really there to build your own that works for you based off of what you know. You know what I mean? So that was kind of off topic of the.
No, that's good. I think everybody's gathering. I got another question, Casper. If you could only do one, trade or make content, I got that answer too.
Trade.
I like to do both, but here, which would you choose and why? If you could only do one, you can't do both. If you could only do one, what would it be and why?
Trade for sure, 100%. And it's not even a question to me. Like that's like, I mean, so the way that I started doing this, like making content, just a little bit of a backstory. I won't go too much in depth. I traded off and on from 2016. Never really saw consistency. I also didn't take it seriously until 2020. Started taking it very seriously. I started getting into different groups, really like diving in. Found a Discord group. I was a paying member there, and then I ended up just kind of rising up, getting really serious with it. And that's now the group that I'm a partner with. But I didn't start making content because I wanted to make content. I started with a YouTube because we started hosting the streams because we couldn't fit as many people in the Discord. So content creation's fun. It's cool. Like I definitely take pleasure in teaching people. It's a passion of mine. But at the end of the day, there is no better days than the days where I spend an hour or 2 hours trading. And then I just get to enjoy the rest of my day. Lately, it's been a lot of work, but if I had to pick between the lifestyles, it'd be no question.
Yeah, to do both, it's a lot of work. I remember when I first started Patak Trading Partners as a prop firm. I'd teach traders and I'd back traders, and they'd trade on sim. And this is before the whole sim-funded industry even started. And these would just be like college kids. I'd put an ad in the paper, hey, show us you could trade commodities and we'll back you. Didn't cost anything. I gave them 1 month to do it. I learned more about trading so quickly because when you teach, like you learn more. What's the line? Basically, when you teach, you can helping other traders. To me, was the fastest way for me to stay in tune with the behaviors of others and also how I could help those others. I remember people being like, oh, those that can't trade teach and all that kind of. You're doing a disservice. Those that can't do teach, or teachers are the ones that can't do. I was like, you're doing a disservice to every teacher you've ever had, every coach you've ever had, and all that kind of stuff. You need these people to help move you forward. So that's why, Casper, I love, and we're kind of wrapping up here because we've been on for an hour, but that's why I love how you lead a community. You're passionate about trading. If you chose one, you'd say trading, but people see the passion, feel the passion in your trading. And I think that's so damn valuable. And you can see it and drop the link to Casper's community, his YouTube and everything like that, because he's got a great group over there and he's doing a hell of a job every day talking about futures, Forex, and cryptos. But I think my push here is to say, hey, futures is where it's at. But Casper, anything to kind of leave us with that you've gained the most knowledge of in your trading, or if you could leave us with one great insight, shared experience. It doesn't have to be like do this, but in my experience, this has worked for me, to all of us here.
Yeah, so I think that the most common thing that I see among new traders, among people who've been trading for a while that are still struggling, is not a lack of studying analysis. It's not a lack of learning strategies or getting the best ways to trade, all these different things. I think the biggest thing that people need to focus on is really getting a hold of themselves on an emotional level and becoming a lot more aware, a lot more patient, and setting their expectations more realistically. Because at the end of the day, we trade different. There's another guy who trades completely different. And guess what? There are people that are profitable from all different kinds of strategies. And the most common, the thing they have in common is not their strategy. It's the way they think. And that's a huge thing. And also, I just want to say thank you, ICT, for everything. Thank you for that.
There you go. So you learn the most when you teach. So ICT, you teach a hell of a lot of people. So Casper right here, you've made a difference in his life. Casper now is teaching a hell of a lot of people. So you learn the most when you teach. And then both of you guys are extremely passionate about the markets. I know I am as well. And thanks for coming on, Casper. I think it's really great. We have your link into your community in here. Also to everybody, you can teach too. You can find a trading buddy and you both can teach each other on what you learned each and every day. That's a big part of shortening your learning curve and staying in tune with the markets and in tune with yourself is to have a trading buddy. Sounds like ICT and Casper are trading buddies, so that's badass. Find your trading buddy. You can do it in one of their communities. You can do it on ICT's Twitter. You can do it in Topstep on TopstepTV. You can do it in Topstep Discord. Go to great communities and you'll find great people and great traders that you can riff with and talk shop with. So Casper, thanks for coming on. The first power player in the industry to be on TopstepTV. Really glad you joined us and helped enlighten us on how to go from Forex to futures, and keep it up. Really appreciate you being on here.
Yeah, man. Thanks. I really enjoyed it. We'll do it again sometime. And I really appreciate you guys kind of reaching out to me and letting me do the honors and pave the way for everybody else for the power traders. So
the guinea pig. No, the honors are. Love it, Casper. You did awesome. Really appreciate it. This is the first time for me as well. So Jack, we'll roll out. We'll take a coffee break.
We're going to go to some charts and smooth music for a few minutes while we get switched up for group coaching with Coach Jay and Eddie coming up in about 5 minutes.
Right.
Thanks, Casper.
Take care.
Thank you. See ya.
Toes down, I'ma ride with the gang. My whole life I've been doing my thing. Get that money, ain't no thing. Anything I do for the gang. those L's and I took that blame. All money in, we ain't copping no chain. Feel like Ice Cube, cause a dead good day. Don't need 3 whips, don't need no race. I'ma keep it simple in the Chevy I skate. Thank the Lord every time I wait. Lace my shoes and I get to that cake. Heads up, I'm coming. This is all we ever wanted. Go and stack it by the hundreds. This is all we ever wanted. Down, I'ma ride with the gang. My whole life I've been doing my thing. Get that money, ain't no thing. Anything I do for the gang. 10 toes down, I'ma ride with the gang. My whole life I've been doing my thing. Get that money, ain't no thing. Anything I do for the gang. Pedal to the floor, to the engine. Head up in the clouds when I levitate. We don't spit game, we just educate. 10-80, had a paper straight. Couldn't get it back then, so I had to wait. Now the money come to me, so I don't have to chase. I don't gotta flash nothing, I don't gotta fake, darling. We not practicing, we falling. And heads up, I'm coming. This is all we ever wanted. Go and stack it by the hundreds. Heads up, I'm coming. This is all we ever wanted. Go and stack it by the hundreds. This is all we ever wanted. I'ma ride with the gang. My whole life I've been doing my thing. Get that money, ain't no thing. Anything I do for the gang. 10 toes down, I'ma ride with the gang. My whole life I've been doing my thing. Get that money, ain't no thing. Anything I do for the gang.
Welcome back for group coaching. And boy, I tell you, had a great time with Casper there, giving us the difference between the Forex and the futures. So good stuff. We got a lot more of that coming, of course, next week. But right now, we've got group coaching, and we're going to have group coaching every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at 12 p.m. Central on TopstepTV. So this is your place to get those questions answered, learn more about our all-star roster of expert coaches. And remember, you can send questions ahead of time to groupcoaching@topstep.com. Now, those questions are going to be answered first, and then whatever we do have live in the chats, which I'll be watching, I'll watch the YouTube and the Discord chat. We'll get those questions answered. But today's session, as you can see, our good friend and coach, Jay. Jay, how are you today?
I'm doing well, Eddie. How are you?
Good. Now, the thing is, too, is, Jay, why don't you give us a little bio on who you are and what are you doing here?
Yeah, sure. So my name is Jay. I go by Jay. My name is Jason Cook. Very nice to meet everyone. Awesome to be here. And thank you, Eddie, first of all, for the welcome into the Topstep team. So I've been trading for the last 8 years. I'm mostly a NASDAQ trader. And I was trading with Topstep for the last 2 years. Was a funded trader, went through the process of, trading my own money and changing over to trading with a prop firm, which there is a big difference. Was able to take a payout with Topstep, had the interview with Eddie, and that transitioned into me being a coach here. I think some of my experience with coaching, I was also a basketball coach for 10 years, coaching high school basketball for the last 3. I think it translates very well, and that's what brought me here today. So I'm excited to talk about trading with traders. It's something I love to do, and mixing that with the passion of coaching, it's a great opportunity to do so.
Right, and we're very happy to have you here. And like you said, you did the funded trader interview with me, and looking at your trade report and how it went, I was really impressed. And I'm like, you know what, we got to get this guy on board here at Topstep. And I'm really glad that you're here with us. And remember, also, we've got coaches are going to be holding office hours in Discord. So if you'd like what you're hearing, and of course what we're going to be doing, we've got the coaching channels now. Jay, yours is #coach/Jason. Is that correct?
#coach/Jay.
Jay. Okay. Jay. Jay. All right. So I'm going to be watching for questions if you do have any. But like I said, we're going to do the email questions first. And Jay, I'm going to turn it over to you, my friend.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, Eddie. And again, welcome everyone. I think the goal with these group coaching sessions, and I think Hoag does a great example of explaining it. Right, we're all traders and we're all learning. So I want this to be a learning environment. I think coaching has made me a better trader because when you teach, you learn. But for everyone that's listening, right, get the most out of this by sending in questions, right? Whether that's in the YouTube chat, in email, in any of the Discord chats, right? You can listen, but when you ask a question, you get to ask something that's specific to you. And I will say that, with trading, it is a very individual sport. But we've all gone through similar things, right? So someone else is going to have a shared experience. So ask those questions. Don't be afraid to ask. Don't feel like you have to learn on your own. All right. So with that being said, I'm going to go to the first question that I have here, and it's about trading multiple markets, which I think is something that applies to this week, especially with contract rollover, right? So this question comes from Landon. And it says, background on the multiple questions. I took a short on Crude, and this is from June. We're going to skip through a little bit of that. Are there processes or tools you use to hold a trade to let it run versus picking a profit target? One of the reasons I exited early was I haven't traded much Crude. So I don't have the same experience as the E-mini. I've primarily traded the E-mini for years with little consistent success. Any advice? You cover 8 or 9 markets in the market prep. Do you trade them all? How many different markets in a single day? Is it your experience that some traders are successful in one market and not another? Should a trader be able to produce consistent results regardless of the market? Should that be a goal? A lot there. And I think, it depends on where you are in your trading journey. Right. When we're early on, right, we're trying to figure things out. We're trying to figure out strategies, risk management, what markets resonate with us. So there is a little bit of, leeway to choose different markets. I think if you're in a place where you're still trying to define a strategy, it might serve you well to do that in one place. I'll give you a personal example why I moved over to futures. I used to trade stock. But coming to the market every day, having to find a different instrument to trade was just too much for my process, right? I'm trying to learn how to read charts and do all these other things. And, I'm also having to choose the right market for that day, right? If I chose the wrong stock, something that didn't move, and now I'm trying to make trading decisions, right? There are just too many variables there, right? So I try to keep some control, right? So I can focus on the learning process, right? Learning my strategy. It's why I trade NASDAQ. I'm a NASDAQ trader. But now I understand the strategy that I'm looking for. I personally use the opening range a lot. You'll see these on my charts here. The red bar at the top here is the top of the US session opening range. The blue one is the bottom of the US session opening range. And then purple and green here are the London session. So I'll use those a lot in my trades. Just understanding how the market responds to that opening range. You can see kind of we hesitate here and bounce off of it. Now I can do that in multiple markets, right? I can look at the NASDAQ, I can look at ES, I can look at Crude, right? Crude, I'm gonna move the time back a little bit to 9 o'clock instead of 9:30. But I can apply the same strategy to a different market, right? But they are all different. If you're going to trade different markets, I would suggest using uncorrelated markets, right? I wouldn't suggest someone trading NASDAQ in ES because a lot of times they move in tandem. But the difference is, the pace, right? You'll hear Hoag say it that, his joke that the NASDAQ, I don't even think it's a joke. The NASDAQ gives him heart palpitations, right? The pace of the NASDAQ is just too fast for him, right? It moves in tandem with the ES most of the time. Any big news events or anything like that we have are going to affect those markets the same way. So there isn't really that much of a variance where you need to trade both of them, right? Again, there are other factors, tick values, and all these other things that we have to be aware of. And I think there are too many variables that we have to be aware of with our trading to trade two correlated markets. Now, crude oil, for example, I traded crude this week. I'm a NASDAQ trader, but NASDAQ this week was in rollover, right? Crude is as well, but there were more opportunities that I saw in Crude than in NASDAQ this week. So I switched over to that market. Right.
Jay, real quick here.
Yep.
What is that platform? We got some questions. Platform.
Oh yeah, this is Quant Tower. This is Quant Tower. So I think one of the more popular platforms that we're getting now, moving over to rhythmic based platforms. This is Quant Tower. I love it. I know a lot of our traders use NinjaTrader. I'm going to say why I don't. I personally don't like the color red. You'll see as little red on my charts as possible. NinjaTrader's branding is red, and I just didn't like the color, so I chose Quant Tower. But it's been great. I haven't had any issues with it. But yeah, good question.
Thank you.
No problem. Let me just pull back up these questions. All right, so this was a multiple part question, so I just want to make sure I get to all of it for Landon. Are there processes or tools you use to hold a trade to let it run versus picking a profit target? That's a little bit different than the multiple market thing. But I think, again, something that you can apply to any market you trade, right? I know some traders trade with stop losses and take profits. I would suggest to always use a stop loss, but I personally don't trade with a take profit. I will have areas of interest where I say, I think the market can get to this area. But the way I see it, I don't want to limit, especially with trading the NASDAQ, right? I don't want to limit the potential of a trade. I would rather the market determine how much I'm going to profit from there, right? So for me, I trade the NASDAQ with a 10-point stop, 40 ticks or $200, depending on how you look at that. But it's a 10-point stop for every trade. And then at that point, if the trade goes in my favor, what I'm going to do is just trail the market as it goes, right? So let's say I got long from the top of this opening range here, right? These are 40 tick range bars. So each one of these candles is 10 points, right? So if I got long here on this breakout of the opening range, my stop would be somewhere down here, right? So it wouldn't have been hit, but now this is a 50-point trade, right? Do I know it's going to be a 50-point trade? I don't. But if I'm looking for opening range breakouts, I'm assuming that the market is going to trend in some direction, right? Now, depending on the type of day, if it's a consolidated day, if it's a range expansion day, this move is going to be bigger. But, we almost immediately get a 10-point move out of here. Do I want to close my trade out? Not necessarily. But what I'll do is I'll take my exit, which was a stop loss, and move it below the market, right? So we moved up here. Now my stop loss is going to be right about here, right? Which is now a take profit. So I know I'm guaranteed at least that's going to be 7.5 points on that trade, right? It's $150. If the market comes back down and gets me out, that's what happens, right? But I'm protected by this market structure here, right? And as we continue to go up, I'm going to look for another spot to place my exit under, right? So then maybe I go here. Now I'm at a 19-point trade, right? As the market keeps going up, and maybe I left it here, right? Maybe I leave it here, and that's a 19-point trade, right? But overall, we said it went, about 55 points. So I don't capture the whole move, right? But I also don't get to create the move, right? The accounts that we're trading, I'm not a market maker. If you're a market maker on the call, send me an email. But I don't get to choose where the market goes. So if I'm able to capture 60% of the move, I'm happy with that, right? I think a lot of times traders try to catch tops and bottoms, and it's just really hard to do to capture 100% of a full move. So if I'm able to get anywhere from 50 to 60% of this overall move, it's a good day. So a manual trail, I know some traders do use automatic trailing stops. I personally don't like those. And reason being, right, I trade with a pretty tight stop on the NASDAQ. It's going to be 10 points. So if we go up here, right, from my break of my opening range, and we go up 5 points, my stop is now going to move to a 5-point stop, right, which is extremely tight for the NASDAQ. We all trade markets every day. We understand that markets don't always go straight up and down. So it might need to come back a little bit, right? I need to be okay with my stop being at 10 points. That's where I've decided to set it. That's how much I'm willing to lose on each trade. And, if it comes down and stops me out at 10 points, great. But I don't want to trade with a 10-point stop. So I won't use an automatic trail. I will manually trail my stops as the market keeps going up. But great question, Lyndon. Hopefully you're on the call listening. Hopefully you got an answer to that one. Any questions in YouTube or Discord?
Yeah, there are a few questions. Any more email?
Yeah, I have a few.
All right, we'll get to those, and then we'll jump on here.
All right, sounds good. So this one is from Jenner. Jenner says, so what's the deal with the DOM? Can you teach us how to correctly and profitably use the DOM? Here's a separate question. Notice the limit order I put in at 8. We're not going to get into exactly what your order was because that was a little while ago and may not be relevant now. But Jenner did ask a question about getting his order skipped. So we'll get into that. The next question, only if the stat is available to you. How many times does the average Topstep trader get funded before receiving a first payout? I did get the feeling that being funded did not automatically make me a better trader. You are 100% correct about the lifted high bar analogy that you warn us about. So the stat on the funded traders, I'm going to ask the stat guy if he can pull that for us, and potentially, we'll hear that tomorrow. But for using the DOM, it's something I use in my trading. I've actually realized that I started using it less. And I make a lot of my entries just based on the chart. But when I originally started using it, it was, to track my position and to enter orders, right? You can see here, I'm able to place a limit order to buy, right? I can do it anywhere here. I can place limit orders, stop orders, buy, sell on each side, and I can see the market. But what I think some people are using it for, and we use other tools that are similar, right? Whether that be Bookmap, buy, sell volume candles. It's to see where liquidity is in the market, right? To see where orders are. So we can see right here, there's a buy order here, right? 33 contracts at 15,688, right? So what that means is, there are at least 33 contracts at that price that someone is willing to buy. Now, how do I use this in my trading? Let's say I'm in a short trade, right? I'm short from 15,694, right? And I see this 15,688 area pop up here, right? If I had time in sales up here, and I'll pull it up and see if we can look at that real quick. So if you see time in sales here, I don't keep this up on my screen, but we'll look at it for now. You can see this 23 that just popped up, right? That's one order filled of 23 contracts, and it was exactly at that 15,688 price, right? So if I'm short, I'm looking for the market to use those bigger orders as magnets, right? Now we can see 15,688, right? We just took out that order. So it was going down towards it, right? So somebody sold to that buyer there, and now the market can potentially keep going down, right? Now we have 15,686 here, right? And we can see, I just lost my time in sales. But again,
real quick, Jay,
yep.
I know we had time in sales on the trading floor. We have time in sales now.
Yeah.
What is time in sales and how can I use it?
Sure. So time in sales is going to be, executed orders, right? Executed orders on the market. What people try to do is determine what side of the market that order was placed. With a one tick spread on the NASDAQ, it's kind of hard to tell because the market moves so fast, right? But this 61 here, right? We saw the market come down to it. Right, we had a 61 fill at 15,686, right? So what that meant, we saw it, right? There were 66 contracts sitting at that price. And when it got down to it, someone sold to that buyer, right? They sold them 61 contracts, right? So it's a way to kind of, understand the pace and the momentum of the market. What'd you use it for on the floor, Eddie?
Well, you know what it was, if somebody had a problem saying, hey, you know what, quarter on 10, it should be better. I should have a better fill. Or, you have a fill. And what you would do is you go and you check when the order came in. Obviously, everything's time stamped. What prices were available at that time. And you'd let them know. Honestly, quarters were the best price at that time. Okay. Quarter on 10 is your order. Or, sometimes you'd be off and it'd be like, well, we'll write you a check for the 5 lot, 5 ticks.
Makes sense. So just to make sure we're all getting fair pricing pretty much.
Exactly.
Okay. Awesome.
Right.
Awesome. But we see we came down, we hit that order, right? And we bounced off of it, right? So, and I think it was 686, right? So that's pretty much where the market bounced. So that's how I'll use it. We'll go to the ES so we can see that, Dom. You can see the order books are a little more full on the ES, right? NASDAQ, we had, sometimes just one contract at a price, and that's why the market moves so fast, right? But with ES, these order books are a little more full, right? So in order for us to go from 4,556 to 4,556 in a quarter, we need to fill all either fill all the orders that are there, or whoever has the order there is going to pull it. And that's basically how you read that, right? But with our sim accounts, right, our orders are not going out into the market. But if you were trading a live account and I pressed buy here, I would see that quantity increase by the amount that I, was attempting to trade, right? So if I wanted to add one contract, I would see my order go out there and add to that quantity, and then hopefully get my fill there. Okay. But again, just using prices as magnets, that's how I use it. Magnets or areas of interest that, hey, I see a huge order down here at this, 45.53, right? If I'm short, I can use that as a target. But once we get there, I need to understand that, there has to be a lot of business there to get through that price because there are so many orders sitting out there.
All right. Thanks, Jay. Hey, Jay, real quick, we're going to take a pause here. Okay. And we've got, let's see here. Jack's going to come in.
Anyway, Jack's coming in. I can still hear you guys. You guys can still talk. I promised I would do the top quiz random drawing. I was supposed to do it at the beginning, but
they're outside right now with torches and pitchforks.
Yes. So I'm trying to do this fully transparently. So we'll pick two random. These are the results from today. There were 206.
Really?
Yeah. Who got one question right? There was more. There was some people who got blanked. I wanted to highlight that Joe Poos, who I mentioned earlier, actually came in 20th place. So good job. So what I'm going to do now to pick the two random winners, I go over to random.org. I have it set up two numbers between 1 and 206. Are you ready to see who won?
Drum roll, please.
All right. 57 and 59.
Heinz 57. And 59. 59, that was Ron Rivera, wasn't it? Fairs?
57 is, I will bold these, Dirt Road Trader. Good
Dirt
for you.
Road Trader, congratulations. 50K account.
I'm going to share this tab instead so you can see it. Okay. And coming in, I scroll down one and we'll see who the next one is. All right. It is AMP. I will be emailing you guys. There are your winners, and I will let you guys get back to doing the actual trading instruction.
Fantastic.
See you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Got our winners. All right, Jay. Sorry about that, brother.
No problem.
I got a question here from Renegade Trader. And the question is, tips on managing emotions when in a drawdown.
Yeah, so I think trading is just, it goes against a lot of our human nature, right? Where we have to be okay with accepting loss, right? It's like a boxer, right? If I'm a boxer and I'm going into a ring and I don't accept that at some point I may get punched in the face, I'm not going to have a good time boxing, right? And some are better than others, right? Ali, Mayweather, they're good at not getting hit, but they understand that at some point you're going to get hit. So why not plan for that, right? So I think that's a really good way to manage the emotions. It's like, okay, if I'm going to get hit, if the market is going to hurt me, it's going to happen, right? So I just have to accept it. How much am I going to allow it to hurt me? And that helps with managing the emotions first, right? Understanding how much am I willing to lose and not losing more than that. But then outside of that, right, we are all human at the end of the day, right? So, things are going to happen, right? I think having somewhere to go to or something else to do when trading isn't going your way is extremely important. I know when, I'm in a drawdown, I usually try to just go outside. And it wasn't always that way, right? Like I said, we're all traders. I've been through it myself. I've overtraded through emotions and things like that. But ultimately what you realize is it's not helpful, right? At the end of the day, the goal is to try to make money. So I want to do what is in my best interest of making money, right? So if being emotional is going to, take money out of my pockets, then I just have to find anything that I can do to mitigate that, right? Go outside, go work out, and then truly understand that like it's going to happen. Everyone takes losing trades, right? We saw MP on the stream yesterday. He didn't trade very well, right? Had a losing day, came back today, and I don't think he took a trade on the stream today, right, Eddie?
He did. Yeah, we did have a few trades there.
Okay. So he did end up trading, but I know when I was watching in the morning, he said, hey, I'm gonna wait a little bit, right? I didn't have such a great day yesterday. I'm just going to manage myself, and I think what happens when we're overly emotional with our trading, it tends to just bring on more emotions, right? And it's difficult to do, right? But we have to stop ourselves because taking losses is difficult also, right? So choose the difficult. That's keep money in your pocket at the end of the day.
Fantastic.
Go ahead. If your losses are making you emotional, it probably means that they're too big, right? I was just speaking to a trader about a 50K account, right, where we have $1,000 max loss, daily max loss on that account, and they're trading 1 to 2 minis, right? If I trade 1 to 2 minis on the NASDAQ and trade 2 contracts, with my 10-point stop, that's a $400 loss. Now I'm already 40% of that loss. That's too big, right? So now I feel like, oh man, my back's against the wall. I have to trade out of this because I don't want to hit that daily max loss. Just size down, right? And there are a few ways to do that, right? You could trade with a tighter stop, but a 10-point stop is already pretty tight on the NASDAQ, right? Do I want to go to 5? That doesn't allow my trades to really work out. So either scale down or trade with the micros, right? I think we have traders that are profitable trading the micros in all accounts, right? So it's all about risk management. Go ahead, Eddie. There was another one.
Yeah, you familiar with the London Open?
Somewhat. So I use it. So I started using the London Open to determine whether or not I could trade the opening range breakouts in a different
How do you get that on Quantower?
Yep. So over here on the left side, there's the indicator button here. So if you click add indicator, I'm going to close some of these and I'm going to type in opening range. All right. So opening range, and then you're going to choose your start and end time. For me, I've noticed patterns on the 3-minute chart, right? So I have 3-minute opening ranges. I'll show you my settings here. This is the US Open, so 9:30 to 9:33, and the London session is 3 to 3:03. Right. And basically the way I use that is you'll see them on my charts here, but then pretty much every morning, and I'll take that random one off there. Pretty much every morning, what I'm going to do, I have this opening range show up on one chart. I'll draw a rectangle and then you'll see it populate on the other charts as well. Right down here, we have a 4181 tick chart. I also have a 1-hour chart. And basically what I want to do is, determine how the market responds to these ranges. A lot of times we see them being used as support or resistance, right? We see it down here. The market kind of breaks out to the top here and then uses that as support. I would take a trade off of that. And then, for the London session, I would do the same thing, right? Where I mark out this area here and I'm looking for how the market responds to that level. As you can see today, our breakdown, right? When we broke down where we stopped, right? The high of the opening range for the London session, giving up a few points. So that's an area of opportunity for me to look to take a trade, right? How do we respond to this level now? Do I want to just say, hey, because we came down and tested this, I should automatically look for a long? No, right? Because if it accepts inside this range, now I need to be thinking maybe we're going to continue downwards, right? So what I'll do a lot of times, I'll leave these on my charts for the week. I tried to clean up these charts just for our session today, but I'll have opening ranges for every day of the week by Friday. So I'll have 10 of these, and then I'll just see how the market responds to those levels.
All right. DJP Cullen, can you touch on how you determine the opening range?
So for me, it's 3 minutes, right? It's the first 3 minutes of the market. And that's it, right? And people ask, why is it 3 minutes? I know Hoag uses 1 minute. I've seen people use 15 minutes. 3 minutes for me, and I think this is where you can kind of make trading your own thing. I've recognized patterns in the 3-minute chart that I could see daily, right? Someone else might recognize that on a 7-minute chart, right? So we get to personalize it that way, but use some of the same concepts, right? Are we breaking out above or below the range? How do we respond to that range when we get back to it? And then taking your trading decision from there.
Okay. Paul Gonzalez has a question.
Sure.
Coach Jay, More on the psychological side of trading. Early, the big boys, MP and Hoag, talked about going to the big leagues. Some perform good under pressure while others collapse. Can you give any advice on how to deal with pressure? For example, from the combine to express to the live account, and appreciate all the knowledge.
Yeah, no, that's a great question, and it's something that we see happen to every trader, or not every trader, but we see it happen often to traders once they pass the combine and then get into a funded account, or to your live funded account, right? So we have to think about how the combine is kind of structured, and one, it is truly structured to make you a better trader, right? If you allow it to be, right? I know there are a lot of times we try to pass it as quickly as we can, right? Because we want to get to the money as quick as possible. Which, by all means, if you want to do that, but understand that may not be the strategy that's going to lead to consistency in that account, right? So, but with the combine, right, I think we all know it. You could put it in the chat. If you're trading a 50K account, how much money are you allowed to make every day before you have to stop?
Okay.
Everyone's going to say $1,500, right? So you have that monetary target in your mind, and that's what you're trading for, right? But when we get to the express funded account, that number no longer exists, right? So our mindset goes to, oh, I can make as much money as I want, right? When that happens, right, we kind of forget the downside, right? If I'm trying to make more than 1,500, I'm probably taking on more risk than I need to be. And anytime I trade with a monetary goal, I think we said it on the call yesterday, anytime I've ever traded with a monetary goal, I said, I'm going to hit X amount of dollars. I've never hit that number. Just because I'm trying to stretch for it. So I think the best thing for managing emotions and kind of like the we'll call it fear of being in that funded account is just lower your expectations to 50% of whatever you think you want to hit, right? If you want to hit 500 a day, I would say really just get rid of the monetary goal in general, but lower. I suggest traders in all accounts, right? Even if it's a 150K account, you get to express funded account, trade with micros, right? Just to build in a buffer, right? To get away from some of that trepidation that might be there when we first get into the account, because we're just like, oh man, this is it now. I have to perform. There is no resets or I'm going back. That's too much pressure to trade under, right? Anytime we have to trade under pressure because we need money, and at the end of the day, we are all trading for money. So, but you don't want to think about it while you're trading, right? You just want to make process-based decisions, and the money's going to take care of itself.
Right. I tell you, when you've got too big of goals or too big of targets, and you don't hit them, it's you want to build that confidence, and I think I might even mention to you that you break it down. I mean, if your goal is $1,000 a day, break it down into smaller targets of $250. Right. So at least you're accomplishing something. It's tough to hit that goal every day, I'm telling you. And, don't get bummed about it if you don't, but if you break it down, you're accomplishing littler things. So keep that in mind.
Absolutely. To your point, Eddie, I'm going to pull up another chart here. This is a TPO chart, but I don't want to focus on the market profile. I want to focus on the ranges at the bottom here. Right. This is the range for the U.S. session, top to bottom for every day. Right. On average for the NASDAQ, this is about 240 points. Right. We see one day here we have 170. Another day we have 202. Right. Another day we have 195. Right.
Could you move up that chart a little bit? You moved it down a bit, and we can't see that.
Is that better now?
There we go. Okay. Yeah. Oh, you just pushed it down again.
Yeah. I got you. I'm going to activate how to use a computer. Here we go. All right. So we have 170 point range day, 202 point range day, right? So now if I go into every trading day saying I'm going to make $2,000, some of these days are going to facilitate that $2,000 better than others, right? A 237 point range day is going to facilitate me making $2,000 better than a 170 point range day because there's just more points available. Right. So if I go into every day with a monetary goal, not understanding the personality of the day, it's like going to McDonald's and looking for a steak. Right. You're going to be able to eat, but it's not what you are expecting.
I like that one.
If that makes sense. Right. Like So we have to understand what the market is going to give us, and then, put on our trade ideas from there. I'll say it. I trade opening range breakouts all the time. They don't work on certain days, right? On a consolidated day, the strategy doesn't work as well. Or if it does, I need to lower what my expectations are for the outcome of that trade, right? Where on a consolidated day, a lot of times we don't leave the opening range, right? We're going to come back into it. So if I'm expecting a 50-point, breakout, that's my fault, right? But if I expect, hey, I can, get 10 to 12 points out of this before we get back into the range, then I'm trading the personality of that day and not what I want.
Right. Right. Sometimes you have to do that, obviously, Yep. Got a question from Pat. Jay, if you could go back and have a conversation with yourself when you just got into trading, what would you tell yourself?
That you don't know everything. That I don't know everything. And to slow down. But to slow down, but keep going, right? That's what I would have told myself. I think when I first joined my first year of trading, I had a great year, and it was beginner's luck, to be honest. I was just putting positions on, and it was just like, oh, wow, that worked. Okay, let me try it again. Oh, that worked too. But not really understanding what was going on, and it was kind of just getting lucky. So I think I would have probably told myself to slow down and really understand what was going on, and to not think so much about making money, right? I don't think there aren't many other careers where we just go in right away and, think about the end goal. But with trading, we do. So I would have told myself to slow down.
All right. Remember, you can add some questions here. We got through the email questions. If you'd like to, post them in the YouTube channel or our Discord channel. But Jay, I got a question for you now.
Sure.
Just starting out, what's a good way to find out what market works for me, what platform works for me, and how do I go about it? I mean, a lot of us, since I was doing a lot of coaching and I've talked to thousands of traders, every once in a while you'll find a trader spinning his wheels, no traction, but keeping their head above water.
Yep.
And it's like, man, we just got to find a fine tune. And then you look at the product they're trading, and it might not be what they expect. But what would you suggest to a trader?
I would suggest, honestly, just yourself, right? I have the NASDAQ up here. It's the most traded, instrument at Topstep. That does not mean you have to trade it, right? So you know yourself better than anyone else would. So really tell yourself, right? Understand the personality of this market. It moves very fast, right? If I'm a slower person, then I'm not going to want to trade that. I'm from New York, right? So everything moves fast. Everything moves fast. So the NASDAQ just makes sense for me, right? But, I have family that's in the South, and just the nature of people in the South, from my experience, right? They're a little bit more laid back, right? This might not be a market that they can trade because of the pace, right? So find a pace that works for you. I spoke with a trader when we were doing one-on-one calls, and he was trying to trade the NASDAQ for months, right? And he's like, I know my strategy. I'm trying to apply it to this market, and it just doesn't work. And had that conversation with him. It's like, hey, are you okay with the pace of the market, right? Where you're not okay with, how much you're losing for each trade.
Right.
Find something else to trade. And I think he went to the bonds and was profitable trading those, right? And he's just like, bonds trade very well level to level. It makes sense to me, and I can be in a trade for 3 hours and not have to worry about it. He was profitable after that, right? So understand who you are, right? Find markets that, resonate with you. And if you're not sure, ask questions, right? Ask questions in the chats, or just be aware, right? NASDAQ is going to be fast. ES is going to be slower, but still pretty quick too when things really get moving. So, yeah.
Okay. How about this? When did you realize you were becoming a better trader? What did you have to do? And what did you change, if you changed anything? And finally started moving forward in a very positive and progressive way.
Yeah, I for one had to stop being emotional. And when I say stop being emotional, I don't think in the sense that people think of like, oh, trade with no emotions, be a robot. Again, I don't think that's realistic, but I had to understand that, anything that was happening because I put a position on. The market can do whatever it wants, right? So I don't have to trade it every day. I don't have to look at it, right? And it was really that for me, understanding that, not so much when things go well, right? But when things go bad to the point, past the point that you've planned for, that's all you, right? So I think when I realized that, it was just like, okay, I'm going to stop, right? I would get emotional about losing trades. I would be the first one to say it, right? I don't want to lose. We haven't been conditioned in any other area of our life to just be okay with being wrong, right? Even when if you're in high school and you have a test and you don't do well, you might get a redo, right? That you can try to review this and get to the right answer. Trading, you have to accept the wrong answer, right? You have to accept being wrong. And sometimes I think we can look at a losing trade as being wrong, and I don't think that's the case. With my stop loss, I trade with a 10-point stop loss, which I said is pretty tight, but that's because like for this here, I want to make sure that there is actually a breakout at the time that I'm taking the trade, right? So now the way I look at my stop loss now, instead of, oh man, I lost a trade, I'm wrong, right? If I take a long trade off the breakout of the top of this range and we come back in and get stopped out, I'm not going to throw that trade idea out immediately, right? What that might mean is, hey, maybe my trade timing was wrong, or maybe my location was wrong, right? Or maybe I took a trade up here when I should have made it cheaper somewhere closer to the range. So now that range protects my stop, right? So I hope I answered that question.
Yes, you did.
All right.
Now, remember, we've got Discord and YouTube. If you have any questions for Coach Jay, by all means, please put those in the room. Now, Jay, you said you've been trading 8 years.
Mm-hmm.
What did you start trading in? And let me ask you, so who sort of got you hooked on trading?
Okay, so I'll give a shout out to this group. I don't know but
go ahead.
I learned trading stocks from a group called Ahead of the Charts, right? And the trader, his name's Rich Lepis. He's a guy from Long Island, and he kind of taught us how to read time in sales, and then from time in sales, understand patterns on the charts, right? And his group's called Ahead of the Charts because he's saying, I'm reading time in sales to see what happens before we read the charts. I think very good trader. But like I said, for me personally, it didn't resonate because every day I had to look for a different stock to trade, right? And if you choose the wrong one, you can understand how that brings up a different level of emotion where it's just like, well, everyone else is trading this market that's moving, but I'm over here stuck with this market and I'm trying to force something where I can't force the market to do anything. One of the biggest things, and I think the best things I learned from taking those courses, when we joined, he was like, you know what, the goal is to try to make, and we're trading stocks, he's like, the goal is to try to make 50 cents a day, right? And I was just like, I paid thousands of dollars for this course. 50 cents a day, I'm never going to make my money back, right? But I think what he was trying to show us is like, don't focus so much on the money, focus on identifying a setup that can give you 50 cents in a stock, right? Now, if I can do that, all I have to do is add shares. I'm trading the same setup. I don't have to, I don't have to look for a bigger move just to get more money. No, I just add another share, and now that 50 cents is $1, right? And as you keep adding, then you go from there. So I think that's something that I, speak to traders about. I know Coach Robert does as well. Just like, find a setup, find a move that you can say, hey, to an 80% probability, I'm going to, I think this is going to work out in my favor, and then trade that, right? You want to make more money, then you just size up based on your risk. Don't just size up to say, hey, this is because, we still have trades that go against us.
All right, cool. BB Keller's got a question. I went from trading options to futures, been trading practice the last 3 weeks till this week. What advice would you give a new futures trader?
What market are you trading? I'm curious to know what market you're trading. And you went from trading options to trading futures.
Yeah, if you can't BBK, BB Keller, what market you were trading.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll let him put that answer and we'll get back to that question. We've got, he said NASDAQ.
NASDAQ. Okay. So again, focus on understanding the market moves. I think as an options trader, you're probably pretty good at, identifying higher time frame levels. Like I want to take a trade off of this area of opportunity. Just focus on how the NASDAQ moves and go from there. I'm curious to hear about what your strategy was with options trading. So if you want to send me a message in the Discord chat, we can definitely talk after this. Just focus on learning that market instead of, the money. I do have one more question, Eddie, for
certainly
email. All right. This is from Jim. He says, what should I do about risk aversion? My perpetual problem is stops. I move them way too often only to have the market either deeply retrace or continue the market move. It is like I get frozen and can't make a good decision, which is simple, just get out of the trade. Too many times I wait far too long. Then I have a minimal leeway to trade effectively with a reasonable stop and have to scalp. Some days this works and others I hit my daily loss limit. I know the answer to my own question, but my actions don't follow through some days. Maybe you can elaborate on your decision-making or why I may be so foolish. Well, first of all, I wouldn't call that foolish. It's something that everybody has to learn for themselves. But what I would say to that, Jim, is if you're having an issue getting into trades, especially when you see a setup, first make sure you know what your setup is, right? Something I suggest to traders, similar to a rubric that we had in school, right, where your final grade was going to be 50% of your final exam was going to be 50% of your grade, right? And your homework was going to be another 20%, right? Now your attendance is going to maybe be 5%, right? Try to create a rubric for your trading setups, right? Where for me, 50% of my, grade for an A+ trade is going to be a breakout of the opening range, right? So without a breakout of the opening range, I'm already at a D trade, right? Because for my strategy, I should not be trading within this opening range, right? So one, establish what your strategy is, understand what high probability setups look like for your strategy and what lower probability setups look like. And then, understand how much you are risking, right? I think a lot of risk aversion comes from, hey, I don't want to lose X amount of dollars. And then there's places to change that, right? We talked about maybe going down to micros where I don't have to focus on the money. I'm just focusing on the market move. So yeah, if you identify a setup, I don't think there should be a time that you freeze if you truly trust that setup, right? And I get stopped out of trades all the time, right? There are plenty of times, you can see it here, right? If I took this opening range breakout trade, right? I may have gotten stopped out there. It's okay. I've accepted that risk. So if you're not accepting it, maybe lower the amount of contracts you're trading or get back to micros.
Let me add to that question. Sometimes we get to the point where if we're having losing trade after losing trade or losing day after losing day, we get into the market, we do what we're supposed to do, we see an opportunity open up, but we're afraid to pull the trigger. We just don't want that next losing trade to pile on the rest that we do have here.
Right.
What's a good way? What would you suggest to a trader, Jay, that's having this problem? And man, I just can't put a winning trade on. I'm afraid to put a trade on.
Yeah. Again, size down. If you have a few losing trades in a row, consider walking away for the day, right? If it's 2-3 trades where you're just not seeing the market well, just admit that, right? Just admit that you're not seeing it well, and walk away. Maybe don't walk away, right? Journal it. I normally suggest to do screen recordings. I'm not the best handwritten journal person, but when I was journaling my trades, I would do similar to the YouTube streamers that you see, right? But I would just do my own personal stream. I would record my screen as well as my camera feed, and then I'm talking through my trades just like a streamer would, right? So now when I watch those back, what it was for me was, hey, when you say something, the market likely does what you're seeing. So just when you're trading, just speak it out loud and take the trade, right? Does that guarantee that you're going to be correct? No, but this trading is a lot of pattern recognition, right? So when we recognize patterns that work out to a high probability, we want to take those trades. One other thing I want to mention about the risk aversion, especially if you're trading with a stop. Let's see if I do this here. So if I put on a trade, right, if I know that I'm trading with a 10-point stop, right, and this is about trade location. If I know that I'm trading with a 10-point stop, right, and the high of this range is my area of invalidation, right? If I take a trade here, in hindsight, it would have worked out, but that's an expensive trade because my stop is going to be outside of the area of invalidation, right? So if you're worried about, losing on your trades, try to trade closer to your areas of invalidation. So now if I took a trade here, right, and the area of invalidation is this top of this opening range, now my stop is below it, right? Now, if we get back into the opening range for my strategy, that invalidates the trade, right? I'm looking for breakouts of that range. So acceptance back inside the range is invalidating that trade, at least in the short term, right? So try to get your trades closer to those areas so you can, one, make them cheaper. And then two, if you're comfortable with your stop, it's going to be on the other side of that area of invalidation. So the market protects you there.
Okay, Jake. Got a question from Sudharshan. I want to control revenge trading. Is there a way to control my revenge trading? I know that we all sort of fall in that, and we're all guilty of it. Even now with all the experience that we do have. How do you control revenge trading? How do you stop it?
I think, and Jared Tendler, who's been on, a few of the Topstep videos, and he has the book, the Mental Game of Trading. I think what he would call revenge trading is an outcome, right? But it's not. I forgot how he worded it exactly, but the revenge trading is just the outcome of something else, right? So find out what that is, right? A lot of times that's greed. Now, where does greed come from, right? What's your relationship with money? So I think a lot of this, right, once we understand, again, what strategy we're trading, optimization in your trading is going to come from, managing yourself. For my revenge trading, I know that it was triggered by greed, which was triggered by my relationship with money, right? So I had to address that relationship first and then understand, like, hey, when I have these feelings, I'm probably not going to put on a trade that's in my best interest. So it's better to just walk away, right? Again, pattern recognition. We spend a lot of time recognizing patterns in the market, but we need to recognize patterns in ourselves also. So for me, if I'm, I talked about speaking out my trades. If I get quiet and I start having a physical reaction to a trade, maybe I'm sweating, my hand's shaking because I want to click the button. To me, that's a trigger that, hey, you're going to do something that you probably don't want to do. Walk away at that point.
Yeah. Real quick here, you mentioned Jared. We're going to be having him on Tuesday at 11 o'clock.
Okay, awesome.
So that's cool. If I can add to that revenge trading now, one of the things, and I think I mentioned this to you when I was talking to you about asking yourself questions throughout the day. Why am I doing this? Why did I buy here? Why did I move my stop? Why did I put my exit here? And make sure that it sort of coincides with your game plan. I mean, if you're putting a game plan together, good. You should be. It's giving you direction. It's helping you through the day in case you veer off to the wrong path. It's going to get you back on your path if you've got a game plan. But, that's something that, I shared with traders too is ask yourself. And if you don't have a good answer, then something's not right.
Right.
Okay, here we've got, let's see here. Question. All right, Fred. Let's see here. PBJ says, do I have to be a member of TS to get into your Discord? No. If we can add that Discord channel here in the YouTube channel, Peanut Butter and Jelly, you will be getting that link and you can join up right away. There you go. Okay.
I do have one more question.
You got another question? Yeah, we got about 5 minutes here.
All right. So this question, what do you get from value? This is a question about market profile. So the question is, what is higher value? So my first question is, what is higher value? And second, is higher value the exact same when attempted direction is down as when attempted direction is up? So I'm not too sure I understand that part of it, but I'll explain kind of what value is. And again, if you hear Hoag on the opening call, he's going to mention market profile often. So I'll pull this up here. And the value is going to be 70% of where the market spent its time, right? 70% of the price action for that day, right? So if you look at this chart here, we have these green lines for my TPO chart. The top of the green line is going to be the high of value. The bottom of the green line is going to be, the bottom green line is going to be the low of value for that day. You can see that it's highlighted here. Everything outside of that is considered excess, right? So the way we want to look at value, right? If I look at prior days, we can see from yesterday, value has increased, right? The idea of value has increased. The market has decided that, we should be trading at higher prices. The way you want to look at this, especially in the morning, is where we open up in relation to the prior day's range and value. I believe today we opened up in the range, right? In the range from yesterday, but we opened up outside of value. So now these are areas of opportunity that you want to trade off of. This orange line is going to be your point of control, but you could look at this value area, that high of value here, as somewhere to potentially take a trade off of, right? Depending on how we respond, how the market responds to that area. I can see, this would have been a decent opportunity to take along. The value high from yesterday lined up with the value low from a prior day, and the market doesn't forget price, right? So it's just an indicator. We can use that as an area of opportunity to take a trade.
Okay, cool. One last question here, and then we're gonna fly. I'm gonna meet Jay at Series. Jay, yeah, I got plane tickets from you to fly to Chicago. We're gonna have a few drink at Series.
Awesome. Let's go.
Our good friend Fred has a question. We're going to end it with this question, which is a very good one. Can you talk about trading plans, please? What tips do you have for creating a better trading plan?
Great question. And I'm going to put a template in my chat after this call of a trading plan, but it should include a few things, right? It's going to include what markets you're going to trade, how you're going to manage risk, how you're going to manage your emotions when in a trade, and your overall goals for your trading account. I think with those things we can get in depth, and I'll share a trading plan. But it's really everything, right? As long as you are planning how you manage risk, planning how you're going to accept winning days as well as losing days, right? I think a lot of times we don't review our winning days, and we're just like, that was just, I'm just a good trader, which you are, right? Having a winning day, but you want to know what went well. So planning how you're going to review those winning days. I will share, Fred, a template of a trading plan that I had from a few years ago. I'll share that in there. And then, just a few topics that you can consider to add to your trading plan.
All right. And, Jay, you got your own place in Discord. It is hashtag coach Jay, and give him a visit. If you are a member of our Discord, have at it. We've got a lot of coaches coming up here, a lot of coaches having their own rooms. And once again, Jay, any closing comments here before we say adios?
Closing comments. Thanks again, everyone. I did see some comments in the YouTube chat about me saying right after every 2 seconds. It's just the way I talk, but I will work on that. But thank you guys. This is my first time doing this stream with Topstep. So I appreciate the opportunity. Hopefully you guys learned something, and I'm looking forward to speaking with some traders going forward. But
All right.
thanks again. Thanks, Eddie.
Thank you, Jay. All right, my friends, traders, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you for being with us here today. If you are still on here, please, if you haven't hit that like button, please do. That helps us with the algos. If you haven't subscribed, please do. It's free to subscribe. And we're here every day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And we'll be back again tomorrow, early 8 o'clock. So set your alarms, get ready. End of the week. So we'll be back here 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time. And that's Coach Jay. And I'm Eddie Horn. And have